Okay, hello and welcome to Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. This is the first new Heroes of Might and Magic game we've had since 2015. And even then, Heroes of Might and Magic 5 was back in 2006. Really the last game to be properly accepted by the community, with Heroes 6 and Heroes 7 both receiving mixed reviews. So yeah, this is from the developers Unfrozen, and it's part of an effort to relaunch the Heroes of Might and Magic franchise. So we're going to be doing a playthrough of single hero mode because it's a little bit easier to understand and to explain. Single hero mode, we're going to be playing on the map version Helltide, and we're going to be playing as one of the absolute classic Heroes of Might and Magic factions, the Dungeon faction. So we're dropped into the pick hero screen. In this game mode we only get one hero, so we need to pick someone that we are confident will do well. And you can see this kind of has the pretty typical selection of heroes and their specializations. So the heroes on the bottom half are the magic heroes, which are designated by this symbol, and the heroes on the top half are the might heroes, designated by the two swords. Similar to other games, you have some heroes who are really based around increasing the power of a specific type of creature. You have magic heroes, which are better at casting certain spells, and you also have heroes with other miscellaneous abilities, and the one we're going to be going with in this playthrough, this first playthrough, is going to be Stinger. So Stinger has an improved Heroic Strike ability, and Heroic Strike is one of the abilities you can use in this game using a special type of battle mechanic called Focus Point. So Focus Points allow you to either use a unit ability or to go for a Heroic Strike with your hero. Heroic Strike basically does a small amount of damage to an opponent. You can only use it once per round, and it's really just a way for your hero to do a little bit more damage without having to rely on always using spellcasting. So each faction has its own special ability. This faction's special ability is called Triumvirate Strength, and it's basically at the start of each round you have the ability to pick between three different stances. One improves your attack, one improves your defense, and one improves your spell power. And another thing is that each skill in this game does have sub-skills, and one sub-skill in particular I think works really well with Stinger. So yeah, she has a starting army, very standard starting army for Dungeon. She has troglodytes, infiltrators, and I forgot what these are called. Still learning the game. Onyx Dancers, which are basic range units. So even though these are unfamiliar creatures, if you've played Heroes of Might and Magic 3, you'll already recognize troglodytes. But the infiltrators can be upgraded to basically serve the same function as Harpy Hags. They can strike and return, they can prevent the enemy from retaliating. Then you've also got the Onyx Dancers, who are kind of basic range units. So yeah, Helltide has a slightly different victory condition, where at the end of the first month you will automatically be pulled into combat with your opponent's hero, and the winner of the game is the stronger hero in that battle. So we have a pretty good idea of what's going to be happening. We're going to be playing on hard difficulty for this first playthrough. And yeah, let's jump in and let's see what this game is like. I should also mention before we go any further, Olden Era is, at the time of recording, still very much in development. This is a demo version of the game. The game has not yet been fully released. So there will be some bugs and things. I have definitely encountered a few bugs here and there, but it is developed enough that you can see the kind of basic mechanics of the game. So here is our starting zone. We have Stinger just here next to our main town, which is the town of No-Eye Town, I guess. And we can see some pretty familiar objects if you played Heroes of Might and Magic 3. There's a Dragon Utopia just there. There is the chest, which gives us a choice of gold or experience points. There's our main town, which we can go inside of, and this is the town screen. So this is... it's called the Byzantine Palace for this faction, but let's call it the City Hall just because that probably sounds more familiar to Heroes of Might and Magic players. It's the kind of command center of our town. And we can see this is our build tree. We have various different choices. Before we decide what to do, I will mention that you have a few different options here. So in video, you can choose, for example, whether you want the town screen to move around as you move your cursor, or you can have it move around naturally. I personally just prefer to have it static, but obviously you can adjust that to your liking. So we start off with 15,000 gold, 15 wood, 15 ore. Then we have the three precious resources: gems, crystals, and mercury, so no sulfur in this game. Sulfur has been replaced by alchemical dust, which is something you can use to trade resources. So to start out here, we do already have this building, which is what allows us to recruit the infiltrators, our second tier units, so we'll buy some of those. We also have somewhere around here, we find it a little bit difficult to really make out which buildings are interactable and which ones aren't, but we do have somewhere around here the troglodyte recruitment building as well. Which one's that? The Warren. Okay, so the Warren is just there. So yeah, it's very hidden. I think realistically you're not going to really use the interactable aspects of the town screen, but yeah, you can recruit troglodytes from here, or you can just, for example, right click on the town screen UI just there. Bring the troglodytes in. So we've already got a pretty decent starting force. We've got 14 onyx dancers, 31 infiltrators, 80 troglodytes, and I will be explaining the various game mechanics as we go. So before we move out of our town, we have the ability to build quite a few different buildings. So the labyrinth allows us to recruit minotaurs. The upgraded safe house allows us to upgrade our infiltrators into either guile infiltrators or bleak infiltrators. So that is one feature of this game you can go for. Branched upgrades, you can choose which of the two upgrades you prefer. Each has slightly different abilities. Warren 2 allows us to choose between the two types of upgraded troglodytes. They're not really hugely different to each other, but they are slight variations on each other. So you can kind of adjust things as you prefer. Amphitheater allows us to recruit more onyx dancers, but I think before we move out, let's give ourselves the ability to cast some spells. So we're going to build the first mage guild, which is 2,500 gold, 5 wood, and 5 ore. So we'll go for that, and we'll see what spells we get. So this is our tier 1 mage guild. We can see we have got early start, which increases the initiative of a friendly creature by 2. So in this game, as in many other games of this nature, the amount of movement you can do is based on a stat called speed, and the order in which your units move is based on initiative. So this gives us the ability to improve the initiative of one of our units. We also have haste, which improves speed instead, and we also have despair, which curses the target enemy, and the cursed enemy will take pure damage at the start of its turn. So there are different types of damage. Pure damage is presumably what it says on the tin. It's not a particularly special type of damage. It's not something that certain units will be immune to, for example. I could be wrong about that, but I assume that is what that means. And we also have From a Bird's Eye, which reveals the borders of all areas. So as with Heroes of Might and Magic 3, in the random map, you do have, the map is split into different zones. We can't really see the zones yet, but the map's split into different zones. I think in Heroes 3 they'd sometimes be called biomes. But yeah, that's not too relevant to us just yet, but we do have that spell if for some reason we need it. So that's the town screen. Let's exit out of that. Let's go back to the map. You can choose between different types of fog of war. So there's this one I think is called Void. There's another one which I think is called Parchment. And there's another one which is called Clouds. And they're all pretty self-explanatory, of course. So we'll go to the treasure chest first. We have a choice between 1,000 gold, 500 experience. I'm just going to go for the gold, I think. And we also have Maria's Altar, which gives us gold if we can defeat the guard. There are a lot of creature banks in this game. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. We'll go for the Alchemical Dust, which is another 10 of those. A bit of free ore to the south. We go to the east, there's a guard there, Circle of Life. If we can defeat the guard, we get golden crystals. I think we keep going along the path. We go to the next chest. Same choice again, I'm still going to go for gold. We will get a chance to level up soon enough. Another thing here, a lot of creature banks in this game. So yeah, you can defeat the guard here, which is doable enough, but then you have to defeat another guard in order to get the golden mercury from the uncanny right. So I think we just ignore stuff like that for now. Going to focus on just grabbing some resources, as this one it says is a difficult battle, but if we do break through it we get crystals, which if this is anything like the previous versions of the game, crystals are really the key resource we're going to want this dungeon. We also have a normal battle here, which gives us access to gold storage, which will give us 2,500 to 3,500 gold per week to the first visiting hero, which is of course going to be us. So I think we should do this. So we can hold control and we can click on our troglodytes to split them into different stacks. Give ourselves a bit of extra protection for our ranged units, and we're going up against some swordsmen, and I think these are called Sun's Aegis, the upgraded swordsman, one of the 2 upgrades for swordsmen. So the auto-resolve predicts 8 losses to our infiltrators, 19 losses to our troglodytes, but let's see if we can do slightly better. So this is the battle screen. We have a tactics phase. I'm not going to mess around too much here. We're just going to put the range units in the back where we can protect them as easily as possible. And yeah, let's kick this off. So we've got 2 units we're up against swordsmen who have only 3 speed. So they'll take a while to reach us. They do 2 to 3 damage each. They have 4 attack and 4 defense. They're a basic living unit which can have a morale range from -5 to +5. Block range from -3 to +3. And yeah, they can be victims of necromancers. They can be raised as undead, unsurprisingly. They're melee attackers and they have natural range defense, so they take 30% less damage from ranged attacks. This is the upgraded version. The Sun's Age is still only 3 movement, 3 speed, 2 to 3 damage, more defense, so 7 defense. They have the Aegis ability, which is still the -30% range damage. And they're also anointed for defense, so whenever they gain a positive effect, the defense is increased by 2 until the end of the battle. So that is probably not going to affect things too much. So yeah, this is our hero Stinger, and as this faction we do have the ability to pick between 3 stances at the start of each round. And I think we could go for Despair, just do a little bit of damage to them before they reach us. So what we can do is we can go for Dragon Stance, which increases our spell power. So we can see we have 2 attack, 2 spell power, 2 defense. We take the Dragon Stance, we now go up to 6 spell power, which will cause our spell Despair to do a little bit more damage. So let's go for that on their strongest stack. I think that worked. I guess they don't take damage until they move. So yeah, this unit has an alternative fighting style called Hit and Run, which is where it teleports next to the opponent and then goes back, but it does 50% less damage. Or you can just use it as a normal kind of flying unit. It teleports in and stays in place. But it's going to do less damage if you go for the Hit and Run. But yeah, I think for now we just wait. We allow the units with lower initiative to move in. As we can see, the spell does do a little bit of damage there. So range damage in this game is a little bit different. You have to have the enemy to be within 3 hexes to do full damage. And for each additional hex beyond that, you're going to do 10% less damage. So it's a bit different to Heroes 3, where they're either in range or they're not, and it's either half damage or full damage. This one is more staggered. You also have the 1000 Cuts ability, so each attack reduces the target's defense by 1 until the end of the battle. And they have the Bouncing Glaives ability, which doesn't cost focus charges. So focus charges, I will explain, they're a key part of our strategy with this hero. But Bouncing Glaives means we can choose 2 different enemies and we can attack them for -50% damage each. So quite a versatile unit, quite a useful ability. And we do have the ability to go for that if we want to, but I think we just keep it simple. We go for the unit that is slightly closer to us, do a little bit of damage to them, we kill 3 of them off. Stack of 76 troglodytes, luckily does have higher initiative than the swordsman. These guys in this game do have the unique ability to attack from over 1 hex away. It does 50% less damage, but it's called a long reach attack. Quite a few creatures do have that ability. But yeah, we're just going to skip this turn. Going to move the rest of our troglodyte 1 stacks in just to defend our more vulnerable units. And this stack now has to choose whether to move in or stay in place. I think we just go defensive. So what happens is, as we begin to engage the enemy, as we begin to take damage, as we begin to deal damage out, and we can see our spell does a little bit more damage to the Sun's Aegis there. As the battle progresses, we do start to charge up these focus points, and focus points allow you to use creature abilities. They also allow your hero to use Heroic Strike. So our Heroic Strike with this hero does 80 damage, 80 basic damage instead of 40 basic damage. So it's quite a nice thing to go for. And it's also something we can increasingly power up as we play through. So yeah, we're going to wait with all of these stacks, and there's not really too much going on here. They do actually have higher initiative than us, I guess. Yeah, 6 initiative on those. We've got 5. So they will potentially be able to move twice before we get to move these again. But we're going to go skip our turn. Stack of 31 comes in, and we are now able to go out and attack if we want to. So I think we will go Hit and Run. So we activate that. We're going to have to take some retaliation here, so we'll probably take a few losses. We don't have enough focus charge to use Heroic Strike, which costs us a focus point. but as we engage here we will see the charge will go up. So we kill 7 off, we take 5 losses in response, that kind of sucks, but we do get a little bit more charge. And now the next round begins. These had waited previously, and because they have the highest initiative, they can be the first to move. Should we go for another spell? We only have early start, which increases our initiative by 2, but I think that is enough to allow our troglodytes. Yeah, allows them to move before the swordsman there. So we're going to wait with this stack. Sun's Aegis is forced to waste its attack on the 1 stack, and we now have to choose which of these 2 stacks to attack. So what we could do is we could go for the Viscous Spit, which allows us to attack from over a hex away, which saves us from dealing with retaliation. But I think we're better off just brawling. Before we go in, we have now saved up enough for a focus point, which is marked out by the diamond there. So we're able to go for our first heroic strike. Before we do, let's go for Minotaur stance this time. So we can see we've gone down to 2 spell power now, but 6 attack, so we're going to be dealing a lot more damage. Go for the heroic strike on these, which does a nice amount, and we're going to send troglodytes in. Go for this attack, 5 survive, but they don't do too much damage back, and then they get their move. They go for us again, we still have our retaliation, so we kill them off. These are now in our range because they're only 3 hexes away, so we do full damage with this attack. Kill a lot of them off, and now we have a choice. We either send this in and absorb the retaliation, but we will inevitably be killed in response, or we trust that the infiltrators are strong enough to finish them off. I don't think the infiltrators will defeat them, so I think we're going to sacrifice a 1 stack there. And we're going to send the infiltrators in. This time we're not going for hit and run because it does cause us to do less damage, so we're just going to move in, stay in place, do as much damage as we can. Next round begins, and we do have enough focus points or focus charge to go for another heroic strike. Doesn't cost us our spell points because it's not a spell, and the infiltrators are strong enough to finish off our opponent. So we can see we take a few losses, but pretty acceptable results and a very good reward for doing this, as there's actually another town there. So we've already found our second town. 3,000 gold from there. Go to the campfire, a bit of extra resources, a lethal battle there, we won't be taking that on. Let's just push through. It doesn't tell us how tough the fight is to get into the Onyx Citadel there, but I think similar to the original Heroes games, we can just judge it by looking at what's in there. So 3 different types of troglodytes. Lots of each, so 20 to 49 each. That's quite a lot, but I think we could probably win. We're just going to want to maybe level up one more time before we do that. Anyway, we've built in our town, we can only build 1 thing per day, so we're going to end the first turn there. And yeah, I will try to speed this up a little bit as I explain the gameplay concepts, but I think we can probably go for this. I will ignore it just for now, just for the sake of grabbing this, and this time I'm going to go for experience outright. So we have level 2 Triumvirate Strength as a kind of starting ability for Stinger, and each ability has 5 sub-skills. So this sub-skill, the first one is dungeon creatures deal 10% more damage and take 10% less damage on our native terrain. The second one is when we select a stance, so that's the 3 stances we select, either the Minotaur one, the Dragon one, or the, I can't remember what the other one was, but it's attack, defense, or spell power. When we select that stance, the enemy hero loses the same stat. And the third one is if we go for Opportunist, we get +1 initiative to each of our creatures, which to me that just feels like the best one. So we also get a new ability, so this is the one we've got for getting to level 2. So we can either go for Expert Triumvirate Strength, Basic Recruitment for additional Tier 1 creature growth, so the Tier 1 creature is the Troglodyte, so this is additional Troglodyte growth in our town. Basic Insight for additional experience, and again each of these have their own sub-skills. But we're going to go for Triumvirate Strength, so that's going to make our stance taking a little bit stronger. And we have a choice between 2 different sub-skills as we get to expert level. So Jack of all trades means that each time we take a stance we get a permanent, well not permanent, but until the end of battle we get a +1 increase in the chosen attribute, which will, so basically as the battle goes on for longer we will accumulate more stats. The alternative is we go for Flow, which means every time we select the stance we get +1 focus charge, and this is the key to the strategy we're doing for this playthrough. We're going to pick Flow, And each time we select the stance, we get a +1 focus charge, which is enough to go for Heroic Strike. Our specialty means Heroic Strike is stronger. So that's the whole strategy right there. I'm not quite sure how well it will work, but that's what we're going to be trying for this playthrough. So we've got our level up, we've got the ability I wanted, and with all of that done, I think we take as many stacks as we can going into this fight, and we're going to try to grab ourselves a second city right away, as 13 losses expected to the troglodytes. This early in the game, I think we'll try to preserve some units. So we're in the tactics phase. I think we stay as we are, and they have to come to us first, so let's wait. I should have actually moved the range units in the back. But yeah, we'll go for an attack here, steal some damage. I should have taken a stance first. This is one thing I do think they should change already, just from briefly playing the demo. It's very easy to forget to take a stance. I think the game should really remind you that you haven't done so, if you do forget to do so. But yeah, I don't really want to cast any spells here if we don't have to. I think I'd rather just go for Minotaur stance, which we can see does give us enough focus charge to go for Heroic Strike, so let's go for that. We can kill 11 of these off. These will skip their turn, and the rest of our units will just move in, form a defensive block. Stack of 25 troglodytes is pretty slow, so we should be able to take advantage of that later. Just going to wait at the start of this round, as they are able to attack us from long range there, but they're not strong enough to get a kill. I think this stack should also wait. We will go for, I think, Minotaur stance once again. So yeah, we have to pick the stance at the start of each round, which then again gives us Heroic Strike. So we're going to go for Heroic Strike on these. Does a really nice amount of damage. This stack will just wait. I guess we wait with these two. We do have more initiative than them now, because we took that ability. So I think what we'll do is we'll go for Viscous Spit, which allows us to attack from over a hex away. Therefore, we are able to still attack these troglodytes from distance. And we don't have to worry about retaliation because they are too far away. Okay, range units are next to move. Let's kill these off. Kill these with our infiltrators, and because we have the highest initiative, we're the first to move in round 3. So we kill all those off too, and we take no losses. And we capture a second town, much sooner than expected. Okay, so what should we do with this? Maybe we go for a bit of an economy focus here. So if we go for Byzantine Palace level 2 straight away, that is... it's going to be an extra 1,500 gold per day. Although we're already getting 1,000 gold from here. So this mentions we will get 2,000 lore points per day instead of 1,000 lore points. Lore points, I guess the way I'd explain them is... they are very similar to culture from the Civilization series. So you accumulate lore points over time, your heroes can accumulate lore points, your towns can accumulate lore points. We can see we currently have 1 lore point, which allows us to basically research an improvement. So there's tax collectors, which gives us an additional 250 gold per day, that costs us 1 lore point. There's resource riches, which is a one-off boost to our gold, wood and ore. I think, not so coincidentally, that's exactly the amount you need to build a mage guild. Probably very deliberate by the devs. There's Leaders of the Nation. This requires 3 lore points, but it allows our heroes to generate 25% more lore points. There are also army-related skills, so we can improve the amount of damage troglodytes do when attacking from range. That is somewhere. Yeah, when using their fighting style. So their fighting style is when they attack from range, I believe. Dragon Scales allows us to take 5% less magic damage, and Dungeon Masters increases the growth of our tier 1 creatures, which are troglodytes. So do we go for this now? I think we can probably make use of resource riches, so I will go for that. We enact the law, get an immediate boost to our resources, and with that being done, let's go back to our first town. Let's see what we can build. So we can build the Byzantine Palace here, which we're a little bit of a walk from here now, so I think we might as well go for the economy boost, and then over to our second town. In this one, we can no longer afford the Byzantine Palace because we've spent some of our wood. So what should we do instead? We could upgrade our Warren. which then allows us to upgrade the troglodytes we already have. We could go for a safe house for additional infiltrators. We could go for a mage guild for even more spells. I think that's probably not needed. I think the spells we already have are quite good. So let's go for... I am just going to go for unit production. I'm going to go for more infiltrators. And we're going to buy what's available. So 28 more troglodytes, 13 more infiltrators. And let's move out of the town. So this is still considered a difficult battle. We could probably do it, but we'll take some losses. There's some wood up there, which I think is obviously very useful to us. We'll move towards that. End the turn there. We have gained enough lore points to go for another policy, another social policy, which is what they call it in Civ. But what do they call it here? Just a law? Enacting a law? Do we enact tax collectors for 250 gold per day? It's not that much. But minus 5% magic damage doesn't seem too important right now. Additional lore points from our hero. So I'm not actually sure how many lore points our hero is generating. That is one thing that the game could stand to be a little bit more obvious about. But yeah, like I said, this is the demo version, so I'm sure they will refine some of the UI stuff. Difficult battle here, guarding the primal shrine. Allows us to choose between 3 primal spells. Maria's altar again, we have to take a fight in order to get what we want from that. Okay, there is actually a free amphitheater here which allows us to recruit some Onyx dancers, so it's unguarded, so we'll pick up some of those for sure. And this is now claimed, so it will be increasing the growth in our towns. Once we get the needed dwelling, we go to the fountain for a few more movement points, we'll go to the campfire. We've got a normal level battle here against some infiltrators, which gets us access to the mercenary guild to recruit up to 3 random units. I'm kind of curious about this. I think with 16,000 in the bank, we should probably do that. So, heavy losses, well, sort of heavy losses expected to the troglodytes. I think we can do better. Okay, let's try this. So, they are pretty fast. There are a lot of them. I'm going to try... So we've only got 5 spell points there, 5 out of 30 spell points, which is not enough to go for any spells. Therefore, I think we just go for Minotaur stance. Get ourselves that focus charge, and we're going to start thinning these out right away because these are upgraded. Okay, this stack's going to wait. As they do start to move closer, we are going to go, I think, straight for the ranged attack into these. These, I think, will stay defensive. So, it's not technically staying defensive, it's called skipping the turn, but there are abilities you can get, there are skills you can get that allow you to get bonuses for skipping the turn, like additional defense, for example. Okay, so we're not able to reach these, therefore I think we just have to skip our turn. As the enemy does come in, and they have the most initiative, so they move in, they go for the strike and retreat, killing off a 1 stack in the process. Okay, and that's kind of annoying, but I think if we just go Minotaur stance again, go for another heroic strike, we can still thin those out. This stack's going to wait. These, I assume, will also go, yeah, strike and return. No, high morale, so they get to move again. They go for our trogs, they kill most of those off, and we can't really do too much here other than just attack. So, just got to go for the 1 stack, which is a bit overkill, but we'll have to do it. I guess we'll attack these from range. Probably not worth it. But they can reach our infiltrators regardless of what we do. Okay, let's move in slightly further. So, we still have our infiltrators to move, but they're not able to move far enough. So this is going to be our last real chance to deal some damage. We do have enough for a focus charge, but we've already used Heroic Strike this round. You can only use it once per round. So, just going to go for the attack. Then these do get to move, but they do not have an ability that we can use with our focus charge. So, I think best thing to do is probably just to get out of range, and they'll attack our troglodytes instead. So they do take some additional damage. I'm not sure exactly what that was from, actually. Anyway, we can now go for another Heroic Strike, which finishes them off. And those losses were slightly better than auto-resolve, so we'll take it. So basic leadership is interesting because it does allow us to have more different units from different factions. So as you mix factions together, you will lose morale. And losing morale means you can miss turns. So if we're about to recruit different units from different factions, there's an argument for that. We also have some potentially pretty useful sub-skills here. So reducing enemy morale is always good. If we experience negative morale, we get a boost of 5 morale until the end of the next round. Can't see that being that useful, to be honest, because you'd hope we'd always have positive morale if we pick leadership. Attack, defense, and spell power increased by 3, and sight radius increased by 3 in an area you don't control. So I guess this is the zone. This is related to the zone. Each zone will have a town, I suppose. Friendly creatures' initiative increases by 1. That's similar to what we already have. Basic offense seems like a pretty good choice. So all 3 of these you will see have an emblem at the top, this little blue thing. So we do have something called, I think it's called an advanced class. So if we get 5 of those skills, 5 of those types of skills, we get Balthasar's bodyguard as our advanced class, which doubles our attack. So in this case it doesn't really matter what we choose, any of these 3 will count towards Balthasar's bodyguard. But that's kind of a late game thing to move towards with your heroes. I think I quite like just to go with a fence. It's a pretty safe choice. So yeah, let's go for that. No sub-skill at this level. Okay, so the choices here, we have arbitrators, we have world watchers, and infernal hydras. These are at least of our faction. So we should probably just take these. Saves us from having to worry about morale. They do have 130 hit points each. These other units are also pretty good. We could just go for all of them. Just get some really strong stacks. These are ranged attackers too, which is always really nice. These are also ranged attackers. So yeah, I think we just want to buy all of this. And these I think are both from the Schism faction. So they should only drop our morale by 1, I believe. Let's have a quick look at our hero. So morale situation is fine. It's 0, so it's neutral. And yeah, we've got a much better mix of units now. Quite expensive, but we still have some gold left to build. And I think we're strong enough now to take some fights. We'll curse the plunder if we go for this, but it's 1 hero mode, so we're just gonna have to risk it. Emerald Resonance Controller, let's see what that does. So this gives our enemy hero minus 10% spell damage. What's the curse? And having 4 items makes the wearer immune to negative effects in battle and on the global map. That's very strong. I think that's like a combination artifact. I'm not sure what the curse was. Doesn't seem to be explained. Anyway, safe house here allows us to recruit infiltrators, and again it's unguarded, so we'll move towards that. Both of our towns are able to build. Let's go for Labyrinth, perhaps. We can go for the bank, which is quite affordable. Gives us an additional 1,000 gold per day. That helps make up for what we just did. Wouldn't mind doing that. I think let's make sure our economy works. This town is further from us than the other one, so I think we can focus on economy here. Then over in this town we can go for an amphitheatre to start producing onyx dancers. We could try to go for something like the gymnasium. We're only slightly short on the gold we need. But yeah, that will level us up as we come back. But yeah, I think we'll go amphitheatre for now, just increase our unit growth. We do have the external amphitheatre, which also gives the additional growth to our onyx dancers. Okay, that's all we can do this turn, so we'll end the turn there. Then let's go ahead and grab this. Can we go back to this? Looks like we can. We'll take this, we'll buy all of the additional infiltrators, and there's a black tower there, so this will give us an artifact, some gold, or some resources after defeating the guard. The guard is going to be a dragon. So it's a black dragon. It's now considered an easy battle actually, because we've recruited so many units. Unfortunately they probably will focus down our onyx dancers, they're the obvious easy to kill range units. Let's see. Oh, they actually go for the troglodytes instead. I'm not going to even play this out. I'm happy to lose 16 of those. We get the flag of truce. Flag of truce. We keep our army whenever we flee from battle. So, I think that allows us to go for what could be called Poor Man's Town Portal, where we flee from a battle and we just go back for a... We just go and re-recruit our hero back in our town, save our movement points. I'm not going to go for that strategy in this playthrough though. I think I'm pretty set on that. We'll go for gold. We've got a normal level battle which leads to the Ear of Truth. Wow. Restores our movement points. Can we actually reach it? Yeah, definitely. We've got quite a lot of movement points. But yeah, we should go for this, I think. So, a few losses expected here. Just a few losses to the infiltrators. We'll just accept that. 1,200 experience. So, logistics. This one is interesting. That's always a good skill in pretty much every hero's game. If we go for advanced defense, that does give us an additional point towards Balthasar's bodyguard, as it looks like the previous one didn't. I'm not sure what I'm missing there. So, sub-skills here. We can reduce terrain penalty, which is not currently relevant. We can go for the ability to cast global map spells for cheaper mana. I don't think we currently have any of those. Careful planning, we save up to 50 unused movement points for the next day. That's very useful if we have to keep going back to our town. And then there's leaps and bounds. This one is for expert level logistics, so we can restore 10 movement points every time we win a battle. Or we can go for back to town, which is a new global map spell. Teleports us back to the nearest city we control, at the expense of all remaining movement point costs. So that seems really strong to me. I want to move towards that. Another amphitheater down there for more additional units. We have 7,000 gold in the bank, so let's move towards that. Did I forget to visit that? Anyway, it's fine. We'll go back to our town and we will go for... So, Byzantine Palace level 3 requires a lot more wood. I think we just start building up our unit production here as well. In this town, we could go gymnasium. We'd have to come back to make it worth it. Let's have a look. How far away are we? We're pretty close. So we can come back and go for the level up straight away. But it's also not that important we go for that particularly quickly. So I think the thing we're struggling for the most is wood. Not currently getting any direct income of that. So if we go for amphitheater level 2, that costs us most of our ore, which we're also not currently accumulating. Maybe gymnasium does make sense just because it costs us resources we know we'll get more of. And we have 5 lore points we can spend, so we need to spend 5 lore points in order to unlock the second tier of upgrades. So additional lore points from our hero, that seems like the kind of thing we should have. We can see there's 1 level available of that. There's 3 levels available of taxes, or whatever it's called, tax collectors. So we've now spent 4 lore points in total. We need to spend 1 more in order to get access to the level 2 options. So these options... One-time bonus of 50 alchemical dust. I don't think we care too much about that. Additional movement points, however, is really nice. Construction costs us less ore. Infiltrators deal more damage when using their fighting style. So that's strike and return. So that's actually really nice, because strike and return, it's a shame that it does 50% less damage. Increasing the damage by another 50% I think brings it back up to 75% of base damage. Onyx dancers, when using their fighting style, I think that's when they attack 2 different units. So both of those look pretty good. I think I will therefore just go for tax collectors, spend just 1 lore point, and we'll save the rest. Okay, so towns have constructed. Let's move towards this. End the turn there. Amphitheater, pick up some more Onyx dancers, and we will start moving east. So we got a difficult battle against 50 to 99 Minotaurs. I don't think we should go for that. I think we can get in here and have a look. So there is the ability to toggle danger zones. And I'm not sure, but I think that's telling me I can just sneak in and grab the spell. Yeah, I can. So I'm not in the danger zone of the Minotaurs there. So there's also a grid, and there's also area borders. So yeah, we can see the map is split into different areas, and it looks like this our starting area does of 2 different towns. This is to break into a new zone. That fight up there is also to break into a new zone. I'm not sure we really need to be breaking into a new zone yet, anyway. But yeah, we'll turn area borders back off, and we'll continue to explore around. So yeah, I have only really played this game for a few hours so far. Obviously quite familiar with the previous Heroes games, but I think the gameplay has pleasantly surprised me. I'm not a fan of the art style still. I think it's professionally done, but I'm not personally a big fan of this art style. I do prefer the kind of traditional, almost Dungeons and Dragons inspired art style from Heroes 2, and the more realistic style of Heroes 3. This is a bit more arcadey, which some people won't like, but obviously that's a matter of personal taste. So this fight, we face 3 Coatls, no losses expected. We will of course accept the results. And we have a choice, basic intelligence, which will give us points towards Balthazar's bodyguard. That allows us to improve the level of spells we can learn. Advanced logistics, I'm just going to go straight for that. It's immediately really useful. Global map spells cost -4 mana, assuming this back to town is a global map spell, which it says it is. Strong mounts seems like the natural pairing for that. So 3,000 gold from that. And this is now considered an easy battle. So we can pick one of 3 random Nightshade spells if we go for that. There's a marketplace to trade resources. Traveling circus to level up a random skill. Gem mound there for reliable gem production. I think it's probably a good idea to go for that. We should probably also go for the reliable crystal production. And we can find reliable production of ore and wood. That'd be perfect. So yeah, let's go for this. Any losses expected? Quite a few actually. So I think we should play this out. Okay, let's go hydras out in front. Onyx dancers towards the back. All the range units towards the back. This will have to do, there's not really too much we can do. So we're up against Crystal Iriad. So they're embodiments, which means they don't count towards necromancy. They do melee damage. They deal damage to the target and all hexes around it, so we really don't want these guys to reach us. Embodiments of Earth means they're immune to cave-in and Stone Fang spells, we don't have those anyway. Crystal Thorns, whenever an enemy attacks this creature in melee, 1 unit from the attacking stack dies. Works on creatures up to tier 6, so that I think that includes hydras. Okay, wow, we really don't want these things to reach us. And then they have 2 abilities. There's ability tier 6, Awaken Earth 2. Increase their own speed and initiative by 1, hit points by 10, and unlimited counterattacks for the rest of the battle. There's also Earth Shatter, so anything within 2 hexes can only attack this creature until the end of the round. Okay, so this thing is a big problem. They also have their own range units just there at the top, which are also a problem for us. Okay, this is actually a pretty tough fight. We have 15 spell points we can use. We could go for Despair. Unnatural Calm lasts for only 2 rounds. Haste. I'm not sure what to do. I assume we're stronger from range here. I will go for Dragon Stance. Boost my spell power up to level 9. Then I think I will go for Despair on this. Just try and weaken them as much as we can. This stack is going to wait. So what ability does this have? Place an invisible trap. A ground enemy stack that steps into it is transported back to their starting point and forced to end the turn. That does seem like the kind of thing we could use. Do we just go for Heroic Strike instead? It is our ability. It does kill 2 off, which isn't that many. I think I'd rather kill these off, because I don't really want to approach this stack at all. They're scaring me. So, this stack is very strong. Can kill 10 off from this range. I guess, yeah, we can see we don't actually take a range penalty there. So yeah, we're a sharpshooter, so we deal full damage at any range. So able to do quite a nice amount. Could actually go for these instead. So in terms of initiative situation, these are pretty much the last to move. Okay, I'm going to go for... I'm going to try and weaken their range stack. Okay, we're just going to wait as much as we can. So we do take a loss there. 27 of the Iriad's approach. I could use these just as bait, just to hold them slightly further back. I will try that. And these will skip their turn. These go for the attack from range, which kills 2 off, and these are now able to move 2. So let's do as much damage as we can to these, so 3 to 4 kills from this. Hydras we want to keep as far away from these things as possible. Do not want to lose one of these stacks. So they have very high initiative, so they get to move first. This time round we have 3 spell points left. We're going to start going for Minotaur stance. Then we wait. And then we don't have quite enough focus points to go for the time loop. I think we want to time loop this thing if we can. So do we go for Heroic Strike? We'll see if we can kill these off first without using it. Infiltrators will wait. And yeah, we can actually kill them off, but I think we want to use our strongest stack to weaken these. Yeah, let's finish off their ranged units. Let's save our focus charge for now. We could still go for it. We could go for the Heroic Strike and kill 2 off. And we still have the chance to try and catch them out with our trap. The problem is if they don't go into the trap, it obviously becomes a big problem for us. This could be a good moment to test the AI. How smart is the AI on hard difficulty? Let's have a look. So we're going to skip our turn. We're going to move across and we're going to see they're smart enough to just ignore us altogether. Wow, okay. Interesting. So do we go for this? We will take a lot of losses in response. I don't want to send the Hydras in at all. I'm going to go for this. We'll take some heavy losses, I'm sure. So yeah, we do take 1 loss immediately, 3 more losses. And just remind myself how this works. So when we attack it, 1 unit from our attacking stack dies. It doesn't say that's dependent on whether or not they have retaliations, therefore I think we got to stay out of this. Next round begins. Let's go for Minotaur stance once again. And we wait. Go for this attack. Then we go for Heroic Strike, and now we should be strong enough to kill these off, but we actually don't want to because we'll take a loss from the Crystal Thorns, so we kill them with ranged units instead. And yeah, just a few losses in the end, that wasn't too bad. So Nightshade Shrine, 1 of 3 Nightshade spells. So Umbral Grip, pure damage to our opponent, 50 plus 10 times hero spell power, that's pretty good. Damage cannot be modified in any way, so yeah, pure damage is quite a nice one to have. If we go for Despair we already have, so we can't learn that. So the only other choice is Twilight, where the enemy unit cannot use ranged attack, and it lasts for 1 round and an additional round for every 4 spell power. Which we could use our stance to increase our spell power. An Umbral Grip is pretty similar to Despair, so I guess we go Twilight. It's very expensive though, we need to get some more knowledge. Okay, now do we go back to our town? We don't have too many movement points. We could go back to the town. We don't have quite enough to build the Mage Guild though, so we can't get our spell points back by doing that. I think we're better off going south. Or we stick to what we said before, we go west, we go for the gems, we go for the crystals. Let's do that. So we have a choice whether we fight these or not. I think we should still fight them. Are we able to do it with no losses? Yes we are, and we do level up from that as well. So Expert Logistics, let's take that, and let's go back to town. So in order to cast back to town we need 6 mana, and we currently have 3. So that's actually pretty cheap, and it's obviously very powerful. We unfortunately can't quite claim this before the end of the turn, so we miss out on 1 gem going into next turn. Okay, back to our main town. New building options, I think. I'm not going to go Mage Guild level 2 because I think we have quite a good set of spells now. So Treasury requires Bank and Walls. We do have the resources we need. So to build walls we need 5 ore. It's a bit conservative, walls are quite expensive. Although Treasury does give us a lot. It does pay for itself fairly quickly, so I'm going to try that. Saying I can't construct it. Oh, I have to choose defensive upgrade. Additional passages appear in the city walls. Traps appear on the battlefield, they'll deal damage and stop any creatures that step on them, and when the city is attacked, a stack of tier 1 creatures joins the defender's side. I don't know what the benefit is of additional passages. I think just an additional stack of troglodytes has to be helpful. So yeah, we go for the walls, they appear at the back. We've spent a lot of gold there, we'll have to go for something pretty cheap in our second town. So the Lyceum allows us to enchant magic scrolls. They grant spells of maximum level. We don't really have many scrolls. Possibly 0 scrolls so far. I'm actually going to not build this turn. It's going to end the turn there. We'll grab this, we'll grab the gems, and we'll take this fight. So this is, it's some schism creatures. Should be strong enough to defeat those pretty easily. Are we expected to take any losses? 2 losses to troglodytes, that's fine. Yeah, that mercenary camp has really made us a lot stronger. Able to take a lot of fights. 1,000 experience from this, additional movement points if we break through this fight, and that should be pretty straightforward. Is this another creature bank? No. Yes, it is. Alpha Outpost. Another creature bank, so we defeat the skeletons and skeleton archers, and we still have to fight more things. But we do get access to a well, which restores our movement points. Okay, do we have enough movement points to go for this, then go for this? I think we do, so let's do that. We'll go for this fight first. Shouldn't need to take any losses here whatsoever, which it looks like we don't. Go to the well, and we'll move up to this next, not the well, the fountain. Enemy is fleeing, so 91 skeleton archers. I think we can still kill those before they kill any of us. I'm going to accept 2 losses. So, basic luck takes us towards Silvertongue's Envoy, with additional defense instead. I think we probably go for offense. So, friendly creatures ranged and long reach attacks deal additional damage. Friendly creatures generate +1 focus points whenever they attack. That seems really good. Friendly creatures' abilities deal +50% damage. All of these seem pretty good. I'm going to try Battle March. Then we get our spell points back from this. Let's see how strong this is. Normal battle, so it's a mix of different dungeon creatures. The only problem with this is because it's a creature bank, we'll start off being surrounded. So that's not great for our range units. I'll still try this. So pretty heavy losses expected. We'll see what we can do. So tactics phase. I guess we just roll with it. They're going to surround us regardless. I think it's similar to Heroes 3, where I think 3 stacks more often appear at the right, 2 on the left. We'll see what happens. Okay, 4 stacks on the right, 3 stacks on the left. So these units do have a lot of movement, which is great. How can we use Whirlwind Strike to our advantage? Or can we? So we hit all adjacent enemies, but we deal 50% less damage. That's realistically not going to work for us. Okay, so what should we do? Should we just close down their range units? So we have a lot of spell points. We can do that at least. We could go for Twilight on one of their range units. Whichever seems strongest. So these look unupgraded. Yeah, just basic Onyx Dancers. Then we've got Aureate Dancers, which have the... they seem pretty much the same. 5 to 7 damage each. These likewise. Are they the same? They look different. Can't really tell what the difference is between these. So they're tier 3 units, 1000 Hertz, bouncing glaives. Each attack reduces target's defense by 1, and these ones, they reduce it by 2. These is the alternative. They have, these are the kind of duelists. Yeah, they're literally duelists. So these things are range units, but if you upgrade to Jasper Dancers instead of upgrading to Aureate Dancers, you get the duelist ability, which allows you to attack in melee with no penalty, but also, because of Draconic Blade, you deal double damage in melee. So effectively, I think that means this unit does 4 times more damage in melee than the Onyx Dancers' basic abilities would allow them to do. Similarly, the Aureate Dancers don't have that ability. They're more focused on pure range damage. Therefore, I think it makes sense. We stop these being able to deal damage. What's the most we can kill? So the first stack to move is this stack of 24. It's a bit of a waste of our ability. Oh, I should have maybe gone for Dragon Stance first to really stop these being able to cast for a really long time, but then again, I think Minotaur Stance is still really nice. Then I'm going to weaken these before we go in. So we can now finish them off with the hydras. This stack moves next. So this stack is affected by Twilight, don't have to worry too much about them. Stack of 24 does move pretty soon. So I think we go for those, we weaken those as soon as we can. Then we can finish them off with these. That's probably actually the best thing we can do. If we were to go hit and run, I just wonder if we can keep ourselves safe from any of this stuff, so probably not actually. I think we just go for a normal attack. Yep, so they're forced to go for a melee attack, which is fine. Don't really mind those losses too much. Heavier losses there, as expected. Some losses to the Onyx Dancers, that's fine. It's mainly the mercenaries I want to keep alive. I think they're doing a good job. This stack, unfortunately, will have to waste its time going for a melee attack, which is not what it prefers to do. Yeah, I can't really see an alternative. We could try waiting, but this stack of 12 moves next. And they probably weaken us, so let's just go for these. So yeah, stack of 12 chooses to go for melee because they're a lot stronger by doing that. And we can now attack them from full power, but I think we'll attack these instead. These do have some abilities, so it moves an enemy to a free hex within 4 hexes of their initial position. Doesn't make too much difference right now. We can also move a friendly creature to a free hex within 4 hexes of their initial position. I don't think we need to do that. I think we'll save our focus points and we'll just weaken these since they're in range. And stack of 52 gets to move. This stack moves next. So yeah, I think we want to go and hit these. We could try doing it with Viscous Spit, but we actually do want to close these down, so we'll have to take retaliation, but we're stopping them being able to use their ranged attacks. Now there's not really too much else we can achieve with this one stack. Let's just go in and make sure they can't get out. So that works fine. So choice here, we either attack these, get 9 to 10 kills, or we can kill these off guaranteed. So the stack of 14 does get to move pretty soon, but our stack of 45 can finish those off. Let's go for Minotaur Stance. Kill these off, and we'll decide whether to use Heroic Strike later. Yeah, I think we kill these off, then this stack gets to move. They can reach and they can kill 12 off, and then we can go Heroic Strike on these. Okay. So, we are being thinned out, but we get a lot of really useful resources for that actually. I think that was worth doing. So, we can go back to this town, we're now back over in wood for what it's worth. What can we do with that? So Byzantine Palace level 3 for even more lore points. Very good for lore points, but I think we've already built the walls. Let's go for that treasury. And that does save our wood as well. So we're getting really good income now. This town, only 1,000 gold we can spend. I'll go for a marketplace. It requires the tavern, which is banned in 1 hero mode, but it's still allowed to bypass that restriction in 1 hero mode. Which obviously makes sense. It'd be a bit weird if you couldn't get a marketplace. Okay, so we have 6 lore points we can spend. I maybe should have spent it before that battle, but then again, how much does it really matter? So it's day 6, so our dwellings will get their creatures back first day of next week. So this could be a good time to go for Dungeon Masters 3. I do like Jadame maps. Additional movement points, always really useful. Maybe we go for additional growth on our level 3 units, and Jadame maps at the same time. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so we do still have some movement points. I assume we can't go back to this twice in one turn. Apparently we can. Okay, that's great. So we can now easily take this fight if we want to. We could also just go back to our town. All remaining movement points are lost. We can only do it once per day. I mean, that's fine. Let's do that. Let's actually go back to our town. Let's give ourselves the ability to pick up a few additional units next turn. So both of our towns are built, our hero has finished moving, let's end the turn there. Back into our town, we have 7,000 we can spend. So maybe we now go for an upgrade. So we've lost a lot of Onyx Dancers. Numbers have definitely thinned out a lot. We go for Amphitheater level 2. Could be a good option. I think we are better off specializing into what we already have rather than going to Minotaurs just yet. The Infiltrators. Those are also a good option. They do cost us wood though. Wood is more scarce. So this only costs us 1,000, this costs us 1,250. Because we've just gone for that new law that increases our growth of tier 3 units, we'll go for this, just purely for that reason. Double down on these types of units, and we will then go and have a look at our different options. So we've already explained the two options here. So there's Jasper Dancers, which have the ability to attack 2 different units, and they have the ability to, well, all of these units have the ability to attack 2 different units. They have Draconic Blade, which allows them to deal a lot of damage in melee if we want to. And we have these, which instead of that, they just do a lot more damage, 1,000 cuts. They also have a lot more initiative, less movement. They kind of seem worse. I don't know if I'm wrong about that, but they just kind of seem worse. So, yeah, 1,000 cuts, you can reduce the enemy's defense by 2 till the end of the battle with each attack, which I assume if you pair it with this, you can give a total of -4 to your opponent's stats. I don't like to use this type of unit in melee because attrition becomes a problem, so I'm still going to go for the ranged one, even though I just said it seems worse. It's potentially not. As long as we have strong enough melee units elsewhere, it's fine. So we're going to go for Aureate Dancers. 29 of those, and no other units currently available. Already built in this town. 3,000 left we can spend. Anything else we can upgrade, so we don't have the requisite buildings to upgrade anything else. We can actually change the upgrade on these. Does that cost money? No, you can just flip them around. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, well, nothing else we can really do in this town, so let's jump out, and we do have all of our movement points to move around. So, Dragon Utopia, I'd imagine, based on previous games, we're probably not strong enough for that yet. Let's go for this instead, so this time it's 4 Coatls. Can we do it with no losses again? No, 11 losses expected. See if we can do better. So, these out in front, these in the back. It's fine. So yeah, they can't actually reach us yet. What I could do is I could move these in, trust the fact that they have 130 hit points. So if these were to attack us, dealing 21 to 28 damage each. So what I'm trying to do is bring them into range of our creatures, but the AI in this game obviously thinks a bit differently to Heroes of Might and Magic 3, for example, where they will just take any opportunity to attack they can get. Still, I think we test this. Maybe we even go Dark Elf stance, just for once, just to increase our ability to survive. So we're up to 10 defense. Gonna move these into range where they can be attacked by the Coatls. So Coatls, they're immune to magic damage. Negative effects don't last on them, they fly. Yeah, they can't attack through us, so we'll see how this goes. If I take a loss here, that's going to really suck, but maybe we can grab a kill before we have to worry about that, or should we wait instead? We go Heroic Strike. We can kill one of them off, which should be enough to keep our hydras safe, therefore we just wait for the rest of our stacks. See if they choose to come in. They do have the highest initiative, so yeah, this doesn't really work. They'd already waited, I guess, potentially. Didn't really check this first, but yeah, we have 12 initiative, they also have 12 initiative, so that is not working as well as I hoped. Just gonna have to go for some attacks, so this stack is not gonna be able to reach. I'll try to protect the Oriet dancers, but I probably can't. We go for this, and now there's just one left. 75 damage we can do, which is not enough to kill them. Could we go for... So Despair does 18 pure damage at the start of its turn. So does that mean going into next turn, perhaps? I'm not sure we can damage them on round 1, because they've already chosen to wait, so they've already had the start of their turn. Let's see now, so they have 75 hit points, they have 80 hit points. They have 80 hit points left on this stack, 95 hit points normally, we can do 75 damage. Therefore, if I'm understanding correctly, we want to go for Despair. Ah, they're immune to magic damage. Does that include Despair? This is pure damage. Maybe it still counts as magic damage, that's disappointing. Okay. There is the option of early start. Give these the extra initiative going into next round. Yeah, that actually works better. So the hydras move first now. So we go for this attack, they have 5 hit points left. They do come in, they do go for the hydras, and the hydras kill them off with retaliation. So we didn't need to spend those spell points, but managed to win the fight with no losses. 4,500 gold. We'll grab these resources too. Permanent boost to our attack. Wood storage. So it's not as good as a reliable ongoing source of wood, but we'll still go for it. Shouldn't need to take any losses, which we don't. And we reach level 8. So Nightshade magic. Nightshade spells gain additional levels. Or we go for expert offense, we can choose between ignoring 10% of the target's defense when dealing normal damage, or friendly creatures deal +1 damage, doubled if we know Nightshade magic. So maybe we just get Nightshade magic. Let's do that. So we do already have, these are arcane magic. So Unnatural Calm is the one that's been improved. Despair also is Nightshade magic, Twilight also. Okay, so Unnatural Calm, we can reduce our enemy's damage, we can stop them using ranged attack, and we can deal some damage to them. So we can see this is like, so for example, this is a tier 1 spell, and this is at level 2. So that's how that works. This is a tier 3 spell, and it's at level 2. This is a tier 1 spell, it's at level 2. And our non-Nightshade spells are at level 1. Okay, so let's grab some wood from this. 10 wood, that's amazing. Some crystal, some gems, bit of gold from this, I think. There's a reliable source of ore. Definitely want that. Grab all the ore lying around, and wow, all of this stuff, so a reliable source of wood and a reliable source of ore were actually free to claim next to our town the whole time, but we went the wrong way. But never mind, we got some useful stuff. Okay, so this town has already constructed. In this town, 10,000 we can spend. Now we have 19 wood, and we're about to get a lot more. Artifact Merchants allows artifacts to be traded. I think we want Byzantine Palace level 2, keep the lore points coming in. Although on day 7 that was probably not the right move, I should have gone for a creature dwelling. Never mind. Okay, end the turn there. Get the permanent +1 to our attack from this, bit of gold from this, wood from this. 2 wood per turn from that. Redwood Observatory is going to reveal more of the map, so that allows us to be a little bit more intentional about what we're doing, and there is a 3rd town right there, but unfortunately we don't grab it before the end of the week. Still, we'll definitely take that. Source of Minotaurs just there. All of these fights are now considered pretty easy. I think the town has to be the biggest map objective. We'll go for gold. This is a source of Mercury guarded by some swordsmen and their upgrades. These are pretty slow, so we shouldn't need to take any losses. You go in the back. Okay, let's try this. Okay, we go Minotaur stance. And we start damaging. Forced to make some moves. Let's go for Heroic Strike on these. These will skip their turn, and we'll just deal damage to whatever's closest. We can send these in if we want to, but none of these stacks can reach us, therefore let's skip the turn. Let's go for Minotaur Stance again, which gives us that focus point. And let's wait. These have no range penalty, so we'll go for these. This stack should wait though. Yeah, the other range stacks should wait until the enemies get closer. So we can go for this if we want to. We just need to make sure nothing else can reach us. So I think we go Viscous Spit, and we attack them from distance, which stops the other stacks from reaching us. Okay, kill these off with our ranged attack. Stack of 28 moves in. I think we go Heroic Strike on these. Infiltrators move in, kill them off. Then we attack these with our dancers, and hydras finish them off. So yeah, no need to take any losses. Okay, get the reliable source of mercury, bit of extra wood down there. How many movement points do we have? Not that many, we should go for the town. So, no losses expected, that's good. We go into the town, and we'll start building this up. So, safe house for additional infiltrators. Or a level 2 to upgrade our trogs. We could also go gymnasium for an immediate level up. It's quite a nice idea. I'm still going to go Byzantine Palace. I think we just want a lot of lore points coming in. Make sure we're outpacing our opponent. We buy the trogs so they're in here. And we can safely move out, but not till next turn. Okay, so 2 towns left to build in, so in this one, let's go bank. It's day 1, so no opportunity to really increase our production, creature production for a while. And then back in our original town, let's go for Byzantine Palace level 3. It does cost us a lot of wood, but 2,000 gold, 3,000 lore points daily. That starts allowing us to upgrade really quickly. So I'm going all in on the lore points, which I'm not sure if that's the right play or not. Okay, so elite infiltrators, elite dancers. We can afford to go for either of these. So elite dancers I think is the one that interests me more, because then we can attack 2 different stacks at once and we'll deal 75% damage to each if I've understood that correctly. Also increases their attack and defense. I'm going to go for that. And we're getting close to our tier 3 laws as well. Okay, end the turn there. I've neglected to go for this treasure chest. Do we go back for that? Difficult battle there, so there's still some tough stuff about. So we do not get all of our spell points back just by being in the town. I'm not sure exactly what governs that. We'll take the gold from this, we'll grab this wood, we can finish getting our spell points back if we go to this. More gold if we go to Maria's altar once again. We know we can handle that, we've done a few of those now. So yeah, we'll go for this. This time it's 6 though, but I think we can still do it. So some losses expected, we'll handle this the same way as previous fight. There are more of them, but I think it still works. So yeah, they choose to wait, we move these in. We'll go Minotaur Stance. And we'll try and get some kills. Okay, go for the Heroic Strike. This stack skips the turn. These weaken the Coatls, and then Troglodytes are way too slow to really do anything. The only question now is, do we go for early start? Just to make sure the hydras can finish them off before they move. I think we do. So same thing again, skip the turn. Coatls come in. Go for the hydras. Ah yeah, we didn't really need to do it, did we? Never mind, it's fine. That would have worked in theory if they chose not to attack the hydras for some reason. Okay, I got a lot of gold. I'm going to start going for more experience. So easy battle there, that leads to a cave palace, which allows us to recruit cave dragons. So that's our tier 7 creature for this town. And meanwhile, I think we've not even got access to our tier 4 creatures yet. But it's considered easy to do it. So we should go for this. These are both melee units, so we shouldn't need to take any losses. That's correct, so we reach level 9, so we can go for expert offense. We can go for advanced nightshade magic, tier 4 nightshade spells. Nightshade spells cost less mana, and they also gain a level, and then we'll also get a sub skill. So +4 spell power when casting nightshade spells. Enemies can't see detailed information about our army, I don't think that matters too much. -1 level to enemy nightshade spells, and then if we go to expert level we can go for an additional +1 level. We can also go for -15% attack and defense to enemy creatures. That's interesting. So friendly creatures deal +1 damage, friendly creatures ignore 10% of the opponent's defense. All three of these theoretically lead us towards Balthasar's bodyguard. I'm going to go advanced nightshade magic, and I guess just +4 spell power to those spells. How strong is this? Normal battle, so 4 black dragons. We'll take some losses, cave dragons even. We will take some losses here. But this is a big map objective. I think we should do it. So yeah, pretty heavy losses, including losing one of our 2 hydras. That would be a shame. So, I believe they can attack through 2 hexes, which is a problem. There's no great way to do this. Just super vulnerable no matter what we do. Let's keep our range units apart from each other. I'm gonna try this. Okay, so they both choose to wait. They actually can't reach us just yet. Okay, that's interesting. What can we do with our spells that really helps us? First of all, see what we're dealing with. So, wow, 275 hit points each. Dragons. Fallen dragons do count towards necromancy. Other than that, doesn't really tell us that much. Not really that different to normal living creatures. They're flying creatures, so they ignore obstacles. Melee attackers, dragon breath, so yeah, they can attack the hex directly behind them. So I should probably move my units, kind of straddle them a bit. Magic immunity, so they're immune to, okay. Immune to tier 4 or lower level spells and creature abilities. So that is pretty rough for us. We'd have to buff our own creatures to really make this work. Initiative situation, they have got 13 initiative. Our best initiative is these, they have 12 initiative. So actually, early start seems like a pretty good choice. Yeah, because Unnatural Calm's not going to work. Despair's not going to work. I'm going to move these up to here. Maybe we go Dark Elf stance. They're going to attack us before we can really attack them. Then again, if we go all out in Minotaur stance and just try to focus one of them down, maybe we can get a kill. So I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to go for early start, which does allow us to move before them next round. Then we got to try and focus one of them down. So we'll start with this one. Our Heroic Strike does 162 points of damage, so that's actually really good now. That's getting really strong. That is our specialty, of course. We do grab the kill. We'll go down to here with these. Go for these next. Troglodytes, we can't really do too much to protect. Let's move down to here. But yeah, I think what they could do is they could move in and then they could try to breath attack through these two, but I should be able to catch them out with the hydras. And this position should be safe. So yeah, they're going to move in. Can't do anything to us just yet. Next round begins. I think we go... Do we go defensive, knowing they're about to massively attack us? Spell situation. At this point, our spells don't really help us. Yeah. None of this does anything for us. So, choice between additional defense and additional attack. I'm going to go for defense, and I'm just going to try to withstand what they do. So we go for heroic strike, we can kill one of these off. Are these fast enough to reach the other stack? They're not, okay. I'm going to go heroic strike on these because I don't want to waste any damage. Unfortunately, we can't quite kill these. Kill this stack of one off. Do we still go for it though, or do we wait? So this thing has got 5 speed, so they can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A good chance this stack of 2 does put itself in range. I'm just going to wait. Okay, they go for the trogs. They manage to survive the hit and response. They actually go all out against the trogs. Okay, wow. Okay, so who should grab the kills? So, stack of 45 cannot move far enough, although we can go for haste, actually. So, I'm going to attack these. This stack waits. These move next, we're going to cast haste on these, which gives them +2 speed, and with that +2 speed, we are now able to reach the last dragon just there. When we attack these, we probably don't want to engage in melee with this. I think we go Viscous Spit. We'll attack it from here. Then we can absorb the retaliation with this. But that only really helps the hydras. I guess we still do it. One loss is fine. These go for this attack, and yeah, actually hydras were strong enough to finish them off. Still, we managed to save our second hydra, and only really took losses to the troglodytes. So we have captured the object, so we are able to recruit a cave dragon. It costs 3,000 gold and 1 gem, so it costs gems, not crystal. Bit of a departure from previous games, but yeah, we've got our own cave dragon, and not only that, we are able to recruit additional cave dragons every week. So now we really do want to start building up our creature production. We want to go towards Cave Palace. So for that we need Mage Guild level 3. Wow, okay, that's going to be expensive. And the Labyrinth. So let's go Labyrinth immediately. Other towns can be a little bit more economy focused. So Resource Depot is +2 gems per day, which obviously allows us to afford more dragons, but I'm still going to go Byzantine Palace first. Is that a bad idea? So if we do go for that, makes it... I think we can still afford Mage Guild 3. We just need a couple more turns. We can make it work. Gonna go Byzantine Palace, and then back in our third town, let's go for... So if we want the bank, that requires also some wood. I'm gonna go Gymnasium. Okay, so let's grab some gold. What else can we do? Sacrifice artifacts and creatures for experience. We could choose at this point to let go of some of our mercenaries. Consider ourselves to have outgrown them, but no. I think we're fine. They're still useful. Very useful. So 6 mercury from that, that's once a week. We grab this. This is considered an easy battle. There's Prismatic Nest, which gives us gems, crystals, and mercury. We'll go for this first, get some experience. These are melee units, so no losses should be taken. I'm just going to accept this. Bit annoying though, because I know it's avoidable. So, do we go for basic battlecraft? So here we go, this is the one that affects waiting and defending. So when a creature waits in battle, they gain plus 20% attack until the end of the round. When they skip the turn, they gain plus 20% defense. So that's actually really good. Unfortunately, it doesn't lead us towards Balthasar's bodyguard. But I'm not sure we can really get that anyway. I'm gonna go for that. Okay, normal level battle, we've got 20 of these. I guess they're fairy dragons and these like Neopet looking things. Not really sure what those are. Evidently it's something we're considered to be able to do. It's surely these 20 dragons that are the real threat. I guess we should do this. So what losses are expected? Expected to lose the dragon. Okay, we want to avoid that, of course. Surely got to be a big reward for this. So we are the first to move, and we can see these are strong. Strong enough to withstand an attack from a dragon. Surprisingly. Kitten horns. 40 hit points each. Remnant of Mad Times. When it dies, Berserk is cast upon its killer. They are forced to attack the nearest creature. Okay, let's see what happens with these. So yeah, they are fairy dragons. 75 hit points each, and there are 20 of them. Okay, so the dragons are probably in the wrong place. We want to just get away from these if we can. But we're not going to be fast enough. What else can we do to them? Chain Lightning. I didn't even realize we picked that up, but yeah, we did pick up a couple of new spells. So Chain Lightning, 205 magic damage. Jumps to a random target. The problem is these are immune to magic damage. I think. Maybe not. They have the We ability, which gives all friendly creatures plus 3 morale, but it's a tier 4 ability. Oh, maybe they're not immune to it, but the fairy dragons. Adjacent enemies cannot use abilities. Steals 2 mana from us at the start of its turn. Immune to tier 5 spells and below. Nullify ability, removes spell effects. Banish summons. We don't rely on summons anyway, so that's okay. Okay, so we're able to go wherever we like. I suppose if we were to attack this and we get berserked, it should actually send us to attack the next stack along, if I understand that correctly. So, out of these choices, so plus 25% damage with basic attacks. If we had a real power stack, that might be the one to go for. But I don't really think we do. I'm pretty spread out. Okay, I'm just going to go for Minotaur stance. Then I'm going to go for Heroic Strike, which actually would kill these off. Okay, we're going to go for Heroic Strike on these. These are obviously the big threat. And then we're not actually strong enough to kill off these stacks of 3 at that point. But yeah, I do want to save my Cave Dragon. They're going to be probably our late game power stack. Just check, these can't reach us if we go for the stack at the top, so we'll go for these. Ooh, but we're going to be... that was a really bad move. Yeah, we got berserked to attack our own guys. Okay, I see how that works. Didn't think that through. Didn't want to waste their move, though. Okay, do we preserve this stack? How important is that? I think we'd rather go for an attack. So they choose to focus down the troglodytes. I'm pretty okay with that. And they're in range of this stack. So is this the kind of thing where we go for bouncing glaives? So if we kill this thing from range, we're forced to attack our nearest creature, so we'd still friendly fire. I think our best bet is just to go all out against these. Let's see, do we go for blessing at some point? Maybe we bless these. Oh, it blesses everything, okay. Well, that seems like a good thing to do. Okay, this stack will wait. Wow. Those things are dangerous. Okay, I've not come up against these before, but they're incredibly dangerous. Just trick you into killing your own army. So, if we were to go for this, we kill them off, and then we obviously berserk. I think we wait. Can we kill them off? Okay, perfect. The troglodytes can kill them off, so this is ideal. So after a pretty rough start against these things, this is more like how you should fight them. We kill them off, we're forced to berserk into the fairy dragons, which also absorbs their retaliation. So we're now able to engage those using our stack of 19 infiltrators, which is 1 to 2 additional kills, and that's about as good as it's going to get. So yeah, we don't have to take the retaliation from there. So now we have Inner Flame, which causes us to deal 50 damage when attacked in melee. We just need to kill this creature through other means. Yeah, they are immune to that. You have to really think about this one. So the ideal option would be to kill it from range using a stack that would then attack the fairy dragons, but that doesn't currently exist. So if we go Inner Flame and we kill them off using the Inner Flame, does that count? Are we technically the killer, which then forces us to attack an ally in Berserk? I think we probably are. Okay, I'm still going to go Inner Flame, and we still have enough left to go for Heroic Strike on these. And I'm just going to ignore this thing. I don't really know what to do about it. Cave Dragon flies in, goes for this attack, and we could be tricked into friendly firing here, so I think we need to move away a little bit. Did we go for Minotaur stance? I guess not. Okay. So 1 to 2 kills if we move in, this should be fine to do. 1 additional kill from this. So if we kill this stack last, then perhaps the battle ends before we berserk. There's only one way to find out. Nope. Okay, that's tough. Heavy losses, but we save our dragon at least. And I really expected better rewards than that. That was not worth doing, I don't think. Well, it was kind of. I did expect better rewards. So we have lost some really useful units there. Another black tower just there, that is definitely doable. Let's go back to our towns. Okay, let's go for... So this is our main town. We want to go for Mage Guild level 2. Second town, Resource Depot, 5,000 gold, reliable source of gems. I think I'd rather go for walls and then go for another treasury. Make use of the resources we just got. Then this town, we will just go for a bank. Make sure we've got a really strong economy. Okay, end the turn there, new turn begins. Let's go for these, shouldn't really need to take any losses. We do take a few basic losses, just going to accept that. This is now considered an easy fight. Before we go for this, let's break off a couple of 1-stacks. Claim the scroll. So our scrolls include Blessing, Get an enchanted scroll. Adds the max level blessing spell to our wearer's spellbook. Whereas these other ones are basic. So we do have that building in town that can upgrade. Rewind life. That I think effectively works as resurrection. We can test it here. So let's see what happens. So yeah, they're upgraded, they get to move first. Let's see what we can do. So if we go for rewind life. Revives fallen units, so we try it on these. Some of them come back. This shouldn't result in a loss. Yeah, it's so easy to forget to set the stance. Need to remember to do that. So, were the losses permanent? No, we got them all back. Okay, that's really good. So, automated anti-magic shield. We also have 8 lore points we can spend. So, how should we do that? Additional movement points, let's do that. Especially in one hero mode. Got a lot we can do. One-time bonus of wood, ore, and gold. Gems per day. Enemy creatures' initiative reduces by 1. That looks pretty good. I think let's keep this simple. Let's go for reducing enemies' initiative and maybe additional gold income, although it's a bit late to go for that. Additional gems seems wise. And we can go even further with that if we want to. More gold is also always useful. I am just going to spend the lore points while I remember. Okay, so we still have a good amount of movement. Let's go to this. So this is now considered a difficult battle. And yeah, it leads to another creature bank, so there's potentially another difficult battle after that. And there's actually another town there. So up to our 4th town. Shouldn't need to take any losses, which we don't. So another town captured. Okay, what do we do with all of these? So we've already got the Byzantine Palace. If we want to go for the bank, we need the Byzantine Palace level 2. I'm going to just go for that. Giving us some good bonuses. So, up to 4 different towns. Got some ore just up there. Still not doing that great for wood, so I'm going to go west and see if we can get some more of that. I could recruit the troglodytes. But no, we're fine. It won't make much difference at this point. So an easy battle just here for a gold mine for 1,000 gold per day. Let's definitely go for that. So no losses expected. We do level up, so we have basic luck, which takes us towards Silvertongue's Envoy. Advanced battlecraft for 30% additional attack when we wait, and 30% defense. When we defend, that seems really good. Then we get the sub skill, so we have friendly creatures deal 10% more damage and take 10% less. Same thing with ranged creatures and Overwatch. When overwatching, we counterattack when an enemy moves in our melee range. So it's kind of like Zone of Control, which I don't know if that's in many other Heroes games. It's a thing in Songs of Conquest, but it's definitely not a thing in Heroes 2 and Heroes 3. I think I will go for melee mastery because I think we're going for a black dragon or a cave dragon build here. So we're going to keep moving towards that. Then back in this town we can afford to go for Mage Guild level 3, so let's do that. And we are making our moves towards that. Hopefully we can get it by the end of the week, and then over in this town we'll go for the treasury for the additional 3,000 gold per day. And in town number 3, already got the bank. Byzantine Palace is expensive. We go for the walls. That is actually pretty affordable to us now. We have a decent amount of ore. So yeah, we'll go for that. And end the turn there. Okay, I'm going to go straight back to this town and just check that yes, we can indeed afford the cave palace. So we're now producing cave dragons. We get one of those by default, and because we own the external cave, we get 2 growth of that per week. So that's amazing. If we want to upgrade it, we can go Cave Palace level 2. That requires 25 gems, which is affordable. 100 alchemical dust, also affordable. So yeah, I think we've got our late game plan. I'm gonna go resource depot here because I think gold is gonna be okay. And we can see that we might run out of gems soon if we do go for that building. So a bit more gold there if we want to. The crystals are not too important. I'm still going to follow the path though. Path tends to lead to important things, as we can see. There is a zone guard there that's too strong for us. Golden gems for defeating the guard here. Both of those resources are relevant to us, and all of these things are pretty easy to defeat. Can we do it with no losses? No. Okay. We'll see what we can do. So these things are melee attackers. These are ranged attackers. Sun Heralds also ranged attackers, anointed for damage. +1 damage until the end of the battle whenever they get a positive effect. Inner Light increases friendly creatures' attack and defense by 5. I think it's just these that are real threats to us. Yeah, Inquisitors, 150 hit points each. Tier 6 creatures. We should be able to just move away from these though. It does mean that we waste the turn of these things, our World Watchers. They just have to get away, but I think that's okay. We're gonna go for... I guess we could probably go for a spell. But no, our spell point situation isn't amazing. Let's go for Minotaur stance. And let's heroic strike one of these. You go for the other. Yeah, I'm not too worried about what they can do to us. Hydra finishes those off. So yeah, we need to move these back. Then these are ranged attackers, so we do want to weaken them. We could also spread the attacks, which we've not really done yet, but I think we do just want to weaken these. And then stack of 17 actually can attack them without being reached. So let's defend. You go for this, finish them off, and the Inquisitors cannot reach us. Okay. So next round begins. Let's go Minotaur stance once again. Let's go heroic strike against these, which does kill one of them off. Then I guess we'll go Inner Flame. So when they attack us, they will take 50 more damage in response. Yeah, which does cause them to take an additional loss. Now we will defend with this stack, attack from range, and we can finish them off. So yeah, no need to take any losses. Useful resources to have for a fight that wasn't too tough. We go for the gold, and there's another one just there actually. This is a difficult battle against these fairy sprite looking things. I'm not 100% sure what those are. I think they're just kind of... I think they're fairly basic units, but not perhaps tier 1 units. I'm going to go for gold. Then we'll go back to these 2 towns. So in this town we're going to go for treasury. And in this town we'll go for bank. So wood is a bit of a problem. But if we want to, we can go for resource riches level 2, which I don't mind doing. Does give us a little boost. Okay, new turn begins. Alchemical dust to the north. Let's just go for that. Okay, so there's an alchemical lab here, so we can convert our existing resources. Don't think we care to do that. Okay, wood and ore from that building, that's amazing. Bit of ore there, bit of wood here. All of this is good. Gold storage just there for a nice boost. Oh, and another cave palace. This time though we are weaker. We should still be able to take this on though, hopefully with fewer losses than that. But yeah, I think we do need to reinforce. So yeah, all melee creatures. If we go for Chain Lightning, what does that do? So it jumps to another target within 2 hexes, which suggests it won't jump further than 1 target, if I understand that correctly. So it does do a really nice amount. It's very expensive though, but it's also a spell we can't cast in our next fight. I should be using Rewind Life more. Almost forgot I had that. Okay, let's go Minotaur Stance. That gives us the points we need to go for Heroic Strike. We go for it on the biggest threat, which is these, and rest of these stacks we're just going to wait. Let them come closer. Yep, so those 2 stacks come in, and we can now go for a pretty strong attack on these. So 9 to 10 kills against these. If we go for Whirlwind Strike instead, this might be a good time to go for this. So we switch to our fighting style, and we can attack both of these at once. Should be able to take the retaliation, I think. Is there anything we can do to make this safer? If we do take a loss, we can go Rewind Life. So yeah, we'll try this. Deactivated our fighting stance, that's annoying. Okay, fine. Send these in. Should be able to take the retaliation, which we do pretty comfortably. Go for Minotaur Stance once again. Hit these with our Heroic Strike, then we go for this attack. And Trogs, they actually can reach us because of their Venomous Spit, so let's go round and get away. Okay, Trogs just move closer, that's fine. Next round begins. Go for additional attack. Finish them off with the Heroic Strike. And no losses, perfect. So this Cave Dragon fight might be a bit too much. It says it's a normal battle. It probably is worth doing. We will take some losses. But let's try it. Oh wow, okay. Okay, we'll see what we can do. So they shouldn't be able to reach us first turn at least. That's important. So this stack obviously waits. This stack waits too. Okay, so if we were to go for Blessing, lasts for 4 rounds, 25% additional damage with basic attacks. We do have Rewind Life if we need it to, although I don't think that affects the dragons. But yeah, I think Blessing is going to be really nice here. And I don't know if Dragon Stance does make a difference here, but let's try it. So we go Dragon Stance. Yeah, it still seems to be the same. But we still do it. Then we go Heroic Strike against this stack, I suppose. Doesn't make too much difference. Okay, we'll try waiting, but of course these have already chosen to wait themselves, so can't really achieve too much with that. These will go to the corner. These will just have to defend. We'll grab the kill that's available and make sure we can't be breath attacked. So we move to this hex here. So yeah, both of these stacks cannot reach us. This stack gets to move next. So if we go for this attack, we do 81 to 90 damage. Should be able to take the hit in response. I will go for this. Yeah, they do 39 damage back. Start of the new round. So what we could do is we could go for early start, which allows our one hydra to be faster. I'm not sure that's really worth it. This time we go Minotaur stance. Still not enough for us to get the kill. But we can kill one off with Heroic Strike. If we could just get 2 kills between our hydra and our dragon, that'd be perfect. But doesn't seem to be possible. Okay, we go for Heroic Strike on these. And okay, that didn't actually get us an additional kill. I will try, in that case, going for early start on these, just so we can kill one off. Then we go for this. Take some damage in response. Oh, if we do go for this though, we have to attack from this hex because we don't want them to trick us into friendly firing ourselves. And if we go here, we can be breath attacked. So yeah, just got to go for this, and we're going to take some pretty heavy damage here. Yep, 7 losses to those. We do get a kill in response though. Okay, this stack waits. This stack absorbs retaliation, which we might not need to do. But it's fine. Because yeah, we should be able to kill them off with Heroic Strike. Or even with this. That's fine, we can deal with the 1 loss. So not enough to level up, but considering the game auto-resolved us into a loss, I'm obviously pretty happy with that, and we're up to 2 cave dragons now. And that's additional growth in our town too. Okay, so back in this town, if we wanted to go Cave Palace 2, it does cost us a lot of resources, but it allows us to choose between black dragons and ashen dragons, so yeah, we're going to go for that. And then we're approaching the end of the week, so I think it's time to start building up our unit production. So let's go for Labyrinth here. And we're out of gold, so what can we do about that? Not too much this turn. We could try going for... I think it makes sense to go Resource Riches. We've still got 3 left. So Minotaurs deal more damage when using their fighting style. Tier 4 creatures increase by 2, which I think is the Minotaurs. So if we go for Minotaurs in as many towns as possible by the end of the week, that might be a good play. So for this we need the safe house, so we're going to build safe house in this town. I don't know how we pick these units up. I guess we would have to just go back to them all these towns. Yeah, Labyrinth requires safe house, so we'll go safe house here too. There we go, we at least get to build in all of our towns. And then, if we want to, we can teleport back to our nearest town using our map spell, but we're not going to do that. We end the turn there, we grab these gems, we grab this gold, we're going to pick gold over experience from now on. We're going to go up to here, which is Coatls in exchange for experience. So can we do this with no losses now? I think we should be able to. So we could just send these in as bait, because the Coatls haven't moved yet. We go Dark Elf stance. Heroic Strike on these. And we'll see if they take the bait. Okay, so they do choose to wait. But we have higher initiative, so they try to avoid our dragons, but we do get to move first in the next round, and we finish them off. 4,500 gold, okay. Let's go for 1,000 gold daily from the gold mine there, that's perfect. Definitely want to go for this. Couple of losses expected, we just have to accept that. Save some time. Go for the gold, alchemical dust there, and the labyrinth for additional Minotaur production. It's day 7, do we have enough movement points to reach? It looks like we do, so we should do that. Shouldn't need to take any losses here whatsoever, as, wow, okay. It's a loss to a 1 stack of a tier 2 creature, we're just going to accept that. This is considered an easy battle. Just to be safe, let's break off a couple of 1 stacks. And then let's go for it. So a few losses expected. I will actually fight this because I don't want to lose all of those units. The attrition is starting to bite a bit. Okay, let them come closer. Okay, Heroic Strike is able to kill 4 of them. So a chance that the dragons can kill 5. Slightly in our favour. Or slightly more in our favour. Yep, does work out, so no losses. 5 Minotaurs available to recruit. So this is one of our native units, of course, so I think it makes sense to accumulate some of that. Common Curse falls upon us. I still don't really understand what this does to us. Omen Caller. Okay, our morale and luck are both down. This thing is minus 10% magic damage taken. I don't think we really use Unnatural Calm much. How do we put this on? We put it on instead of Flag of Truce. Yeah, that's fine. Omen Caller, -1 to enemy luck. Where does that go? Common back item. Okay, so actually, this is the one we go for, I guess. Yeah, we'll take -1 luck to our enemies, that's fine. Okay, you go for the gold. And there's a difficult battle up there, so I think it's time to turn back. So if we did want to go back to our starting town, which is No-Eye Town, all the way over there, we probably just need to follow the road. So in this town at least, with it being day 7, can we get ourselves some fresh Minotaurs going into next week? Looks like we can. Okay. Town number 4, Minotaurs are available to recruit. Town number 2 is probably going to be the one we go to next, most likely. So this one requires, if we want to go for even more cave palaces, we need to go for even more mage guilds. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, let's focus on this first. So mage guild level 4 is affordable, as is labyrinth level 2. Stilled Voices to recruit Medusas, those are range units. I think these might be our tier 4s actually. It's kind of expensive. But yeah, let's get some creature production up. Start moving more towards our native units. Okay, 1 town left to build in. Lyceum to enchant magic scrolls. This is our 2nd town. Onyx Citadel is the one all the way over there. Okay, there's not really that much we can do with this. Amphitheatre 2 perhaps. Resource Depot has already been built, Warren level 2. I think we go to Lyceum. But then, is there any benefit to having more than one of those? Maybe we don't build. Anyway, we have 6 lore points we can spend, so... Minotaurs deal more damage using their fighting style, that's pretty good. On the other hand, if we just increase growth of our various units... Let's just check this. So, Minotaurs might be level 5, that would be in keeping with previous Heroes games. No, Minotaurs are now level 4 and Medusas have become level 5. Okay, good to know. So let's actually buff those because we've got some good production of that now. So increase growth of those and we'll buff them with this as well. And we're moving towards the next level. So elite cave dragons, more damage when using our fighting style, which is the cone attack. Ooh, Dungeon Masters 7 is also really nice. Even more growth. Okay, we'll stay nearby. End the turn there. We move over to this, we buy some more of these. Go back to cave, buy these. We could try going for the prismatic nest again. Pretty tough last time. If we go back to this town, let's see, we could go for something like Gymnasium, although we already have that actually. I'm going to go Lyceum. And I'm going to come back. So we reach level 12, and we need to go to... Which one's the Lyceum? What does that look like? So it's kind of like a temple. Yeah, all the buildings look a bit too similar. I do think, like, it's cohesive, but it's, from a gameplay perspective, not my favorite type of design. Because that looks a lot like what I thought the Lyceum looks like. Is there another way to access this? Oh, unique building, the Lyceum, okay. So the upgraded scroll will grant the spell at maximum level. So we want to use Rewind Life. To convert this to level 4, we need 4 of each precious resource, so let's absolutely do that. Chain Lightning also. I'm willing to spend that. Yeah, let's make those 2 spells as good as possible. Then we still have 41,000 we can spend, so we press this button, this buys all of the available units. And still able to construct? No, this town's already built. Okay. So that being done, we can't really move too much further. So if we wanted to, we could go towards the Cave Palace, but it's almost an entire turn for the sake of 1 extra dragon. There's a bit of wood there. I will go towards that because we are obviously spending the wood quicker than we can accumulate it. So back in this town, let's go for the walls. Leads us towards the treasury. In our original town, we'll go Gymnasium. And in our second town, we'll go Mage Guild. Because that does lead us towards dragons, and we can go back in that direction in general. So we end the turn there. So, bit of gold down there, I didn't mean to click that. Do we want to spend our movement points to go down there? There's also the labyrinth for additional Minotaur production, but I think the main thing we want to do now is just get back to Noai Town. And we could probably even go for the Dragon Utopia. I think. So I'm going in blind here. So we're up to level 13. Ability to upgrade our dragons, I believe. So cave dragons available to recruit. And also black dragons, ashen dragons. Only can recruit 2 out of 4. So time for the possibly the most important choice of this little playthrough. Which of the 2 should we go into? Of course, it does seem like we can transfer between the 2, or swap them around if we want to. So, Magic Immunity level 5 is present on both. Dragon Breath is present on both are melee attackers, dragons, and flyers, of course. So the difference is Fires of Dominion gives 1 morale and luck to friendly creatures, and reduces enemies' morale and luck by 1. This one, however, has Dominating Presence. All adjacent enemies always deal minimum damage. Sulphurous Assault is present on both, but the Ashen Dragon uniquely has Dragonflight. Moves to any hex, dealing 100% basic attack damage to all adjacent creatures and pushing them away if possible. So it's kind of like Word of Power from Dungeon Keeper, which might be too obscure a reference for this playthrough. But it's we arrive in the middle of our enemies, we blast them, we knock them back. It's a lot like Word of Power, which is what dragons do in Dungeon Keeper. I'm sure it's not a direct reference to that though. But yeah, I think the Ashen Dragons are tempting me more. So upgrade creatures. If we want to upgrade these into Ashen Dragons, they're the same price. One thing I didn't check is the stat difference. So Ashen Dragons, they have fewer hit points. That's a big issue. So, very simple first impression of these two units is the Black Dragon is better if you have a full force. The Ashen Dragon is probably better if they're your only good stack. $35 damage on the Ashen Dragon, so the Ashen Dragons hit harder. I think I still go Ashen Dragons for now. Does that make sense? Do we go for a few marketplaces? So I'm assuming, it doesn't say, it probably should say, but I'm assuming the more marketplaces we have, the better the rates. Markup 250%. Yeah, they should really... This is of course the demo version, and I'm sure they will change it, but they should really make it more obvious. That is how it works. Because I'm not sure it's super clear to people who aren't familiar with the way things tend to work in Heroes of Might and Magic. But yeah, the more marketplaces you have, normally the cheaper your rates become. Therefore, yeah, markup is down to 200%. So I want to trade for at least 2 more gems. So let's go back to this town. We can afford 2 of them, and if we trade for 1 more gem, which requires us to go into one of these towns again. Back to our main town. Back to this. Buy 1 more. So we have 6 Ashen Dragons. And then I think we want to just protect our other units. We'll take a few trogs. Okay, so only thing left to decide is, do we trade for that final Ashen Dragon? It's probably fine if we do. We can trust that we'll find more resources somewhere else. I'll probably regret doing this. So, how much was it? 2 each. Yep, so we can afford the last one. Okay. 7 Ashen Dragons. Huge power stack. We should have some level ups. I'm not sure how we claim those. Because we leveled up twice, right? Maybe it's similar to the start of the game, where we have to get another level up from battle, and then we get the choices. So yeah, of course we want to chase these down. We don't take any losses. Good. Okay, this is a moment of truth. How good is the Dragon Utopia in this game? Is it the kind of thing we can do? Okay. I reckon we could probably beat that. Well, that's 12 dragons. 12 dragons in total. It's probably not wise. We should go for stuff like this. Yeah, let's aim to do this soon, but not yet. So one thing I don't know about this game is, in previous Heroes of Might and Magic games, if you have creatures with low speed, it does reduce your hero's movement points. Personally, I think that's a really unfun mechanic, so I'm hoping that's not the case in this game, but I'm not sure. If that was the case, then obviously I don't want to be carrying troglodytes around because they're pretty slow. But yeah, we'll keep them for now. They're useful, always useful to have a few 1-stacks. Okay, so 2 buildings left to construct in. I don't see anything super important to do. Although, I guess, there's no real downside to... Well, it costs us ore. So yeah, maybe not. Okay, 2 more we can spend, so still a way off being able to go for Dungeon Master 7, which is an ability I'd really like to have. Gonna end the turn there. Easy battle here, let's go for the attack, no losses expected. Okay, so choices. So Cave-In we saw referenced earlier, because there was a unit that was immune to that. A barrage of rocks falls from the sky, dealing magic damage to the target enemy. All adjacent empty hexes are filled with rock obstacles. An obstacle is destroyed upon taking 1 hit from 1 attack. That's quite useful. Anti-magic, the target becomes immune to spells and abilities of tier 3 and lower. This effect cannot be dispelled. If the target is a summoned creature, those are destroyed. Okay, that also seems pretty powerful. But because the dragons are already immune to magic, I suppose we want Cave-In. Might regret that. Okay, we can recruit Medusas from there. I guess we'll claim it. Yeah, no losses. No losses. Okay, let's buy these. Go across to this. Take the gold. Yeah, I need to be a little bit more selective with movement points probably, because we could spend 2 turns just picking up a small amount of gold, small amount of crystals, but I highly doubt that's the right play. So what should we do instead? Mage Guild level 4. So one thing we don't have is the ability to recruit additional hydras. What do we need for that? We need the Catonic Home. So we need still voices for that, which we do have. What we lack is additional gems and wood. So gems have become a problem. We need the bank and we need the resource depot, which requires the marketplace first. So wood and gems, I think, are our next map objective. So this is gold and crystals, not quite what we want. Gold and mercury. Okay, where can we get wood and crystals? There's a bit of gold behind the Miria's altar there. Enchanted magic scroll just there. Chimerologist. Trade creatures for other random creatures. Golden artifacts in the ancient crypts. I think we go east. We'll do this just for the gold perhaps, although actually level up a random skill there, let's go for that. Gonna start taking experience again, and we'll go for this fight. No losses taken. Grab the experience there. Bit of wood there is good. Back to our main town. We should build something, I guess. Walls level 2, I'm not really expecting to be attacked. Mage Guild level 4. Our spellcasting's not actually that good that I want to really invest in this. I'm gonna go Warren. No. We should focus on other towns, actually. Resource depot here, let's do that. Okay, over in this town, resource depot also available. Yeah, let's just make sure we really have a lot of gems coming in. So this town already has it, and then our first town just needs the marketplace, which we could actually trade. Make that happen. It doesn't cost too much. Let's do that. Then back to this town, let's not waste a construction turn, let's go for the marketplace. And that just leaves this town, which does already have the marketplace, has the resource depot, treasury. Artifact merchant, I've not really thought about too much, but could be worth looking into. So this is our second town. If we're going to get a second cave palace, it's going to be here. So let's actually go for the Mage Guild level 2. Okay, end the turn there. Go east. Amphitheatre for additional recruitment. Chimerologist. Let's go for the level up to our skill. So expert offense, we have a choice between Shadow Blades for +1 damage or Unstoppable Force. For 10%, ignore 10% of the target's defense. But this bonus is doubled if we know Nightshade magic, which we do. The problem with that is it obviously makes more sense if you have a huge stack of troglodytes. That's what really benefits from Shadow Blades. But we could still do that. I'll give myself the option. I don't think -10 defense is that amazing that we should worry about missing out on it. Okay, what can we do next? So gold storage just there. I think it's not worth the detour. I think we want to keep taking fights. What are the really important things we could do? So this is a tough fight. Four Scholars Observatory is permanent increase to spell power or knowledge for 1,000 gold. Tactical Guide. Opponent cannot rearrange creatures before start of battle. And there's also a normal battle there. Breakthrough to the next zone. Which I think we can do. But it probably makes sense to go here first. Because that gives us a level up. Okay, so do we recruit some creatures? So Cave Palace just requires Mage Guild level 3. Let's go for that while we're still in the town. That way we can pick up the spells from here too. So the spells we've got Riposte. Unfortunately we can't use most of these on our dragons, of course. So map spell there, we can interact with an allied hero. That should probably be disabled on one hero mode, I think. Silence. Enemy cannot use abilities or generate focus points. Okay, that's pretty powerful. It's Nightshade too, so we've got the skill we need for that. We actually do have Cave In naturally now. Stone Fangs. Magic damage to 3 target enemies. That's also pretty nice. Okay, so some really actually quite good stuff in here. Okay, can we still reach this fight? Yes, we can. I should have left the Medusas behind, but never mind. Okay. Are we going to be able to do this with no losses? Oh my goodness. 6 losses expected. Okay. That is obviously quite concerning. So yeah, it is 2 stacks of strong creatures, but what can we do? So Nightshade magic is what we're best at. What else do we have? Chain Lightning. Jumps to a target within 2 hexes. It does 50% less damage. Cave In. Only 80 damage, but it slows them right down. So all adjacent enemy hexes are filled with rock obstacles. So that would be pretty useful. You just want to deal raw damage, so Chain Lightning obviously is pretty good. Optical Illusion. Target friendly creature takes less range damage. Doesn't help us. Yeah, we can't use Rewind Life on our own units, which is really unfortunate. Favorable Wind doesn't really help us. Umbral Grip, that does do quite a lot of damage. Oh, this is like blind. So target enemy unit falls asleep, cannot take any actions. Dispelled upon taking damage. After awakening, the target cannot fall asleep again. Hang on. Cannot fall asleep again until the end of the battle, so you can only use this once on each of these 2 stacks. So a very important thing here is that these have 5 initiative and our troglodytes have 6 initiative. So we can use those to absorb retaliation. So this stack's going to wait. So Web is also really good, reduces their speed for 4 rounds. That might be the thing to go for first. There are ways we can do this without destroying ourselves. Yeah, we're going to move these stacks in. then I think we go Dragon Stance. So these are not strong enough that it would be worth using our focus points on. So difficult choice here. Do we go for sleep and just focus down one stack at a time, or do we try to allow them to move closer to each other and go for chain lightning? I think we just go for sleep. It doesn't last that long. But that's okay. Put these to sleep. Attack these. Minotaurs move in, that's fine. So we actually do a lot of damage to these. I was expecting worse. But we don't want to attack this round, we go into the next round, we wait. This time round, we go Minotaur stance. Let's just check these can't retaliate multiple times. So positive morale, blood for blood. Morale increases by 1 when they take damage, and they have the Grand Slam ability, but yeah, there's nothing really too much beyond that, so this should be safe to do. So the old Heroes of Might and Magic tricks still work pretty well. I'm pretty confident that this will be fine. Okay, we will lose an extra 1 stack there, I guess. Put them in slightly the wrong place. Okay. Do we go for Heroic Strike now? I think we'll decide next turn. So these come in. Oh, yes, they do have that ability. I didn't think that through. Yeah, so they do have Grand Slam, which actually can hit over 3 hexes. So they do a lot less damage to us when we're this far back. But yeah, it is quite dangerous. But yeah, they have used their retaliation, so we should be okay to go in here. So other choices we have Dragonflight. Don't know if that uses our turn. Inner Flame, so we deal 350 magic damage when attacked in melee. We don't want to get attacked at all, that's key. I think we just go Heroic Strike. Then we go for this. They've used up their retaliation already, so we kill them off with our next attack. Now we just move in. We can do a similar thing to these. So they've woken up from their slumber. This stack waits. I'm going to play it safe here. I don't need to do this, but I think just for simplicity, we can spend 8 spell points just to make sure there's no way these end up using Slam on us. Then we absorb retaliation. Keep this 1 stack in reserve. Go for a Heroic Strike. Go for the attack. Another move through high morale. These get their move, but they can't really do too much. Yeah, so they do actually get the morale. Good thing we went for that. So we already absorbed retaliation on these, therefore. Do the same thing again. We attack twice in a row, end of the previous round, start of the next round. 4,000 experience. Instead of losing 6 dragons, we lose 0. And we still don't level up from that, wow. Okay, well let's just grab some things as we pass through, as we have broken into a new zone, so not sure exactly what to expect from this. Back to our starting town. I think we still want to move towards Chthonic Home, which requires still more wood. Let's go for Resource Depot. So I think we've pretty much solved our gem problem, but lack of wood is still a problem. There's nothing stopping us from selling resources if we have to. We can sell gold and things, so we're probably okay. Gymnasium in this town. We're a bit too far from this. I think I'll save my gold. So 7 lore points can be spent. I wouldn't mind additional Hydra growth when we get those. Do we go for even more elite Minotaurs? So we would be upgrading their ability to deal damage when they go for that slam over 3 hexes, which seems pretty good. what else might we do? So diplomacy improves, not going to really worry about that. Additional sight radius for external buildings and structures. Dungeon Heroes attributes increased by 1, let's go for that for sure. Oh, exchanging resources in the market incurs no extra charge. Didn't really look at these, but yeah, that's really useful to go for. I just said that that would be really good as a way to get more wood. Okay, with that being done, do we worry about these two towns? So, theoretically we get forced to fight our opponent at the beginning of month 2. Therefore... we need wood for this, okay. Therefore, we should try to reach the point where we have as many dragons as possible on that turn. 250 gold is fine. I'm just going to outright buy 30 wood, just so we don't have to worry about that so much. Then we go Mage Guild. And in this town, similar situation, do we go for the Byzantine Palace in order for additional lore points? I think I actually will do that. Yeah, we're going to go really focus on dragons now. End the turn there. Gems from this. Take experience from this. This is an easy battle to us now. With a Pandora's box with an unpredictable reward. Expected to lose a dragon. So these things retaliate before you can attack them, which is a problem. Yeah, they have the parry ability. So we really want to just do as much damage to those as we can. So let's go Dragon Stance. Umbral Grip, I guess. We could still go for something like Chain Lightning, which does 280 points of damage. This does 170, so it's not that good. Cave-In will trap them in place, which is useful. Yeah, let's do that. Then we go Heroic Strike. Just going to try and weaken these, don't really want the dragons to be involved in fighting them. So 30 to 33 kills on these. Their initiative is 1. So I think we use our troglodyte here. Oh wow, they just broke through it? Not sure how that works. So let's just check. Adjacent friendly creatures take minimal damage. Leaves a stone obstacle after death. Area Strike. Deals damage to the target and all hexes around it. So it doesn't look like, if we attack from this hex, it doesn't look like they can reach us. But we'd have to take the retaliation from these. Okay, I think we wait. Go Dragon Stance again, and we could still just cave them in, or if we go for Umbral Grip, it's pretty cheap, it does get quite a few kills, and then we go for Heroic Strike, we finish them off, and now we just have the 1 stack to worry about. So we move these in. Start weakening these a bit. Now it's the end of the previous round, we could go in and go for this attack. It's probably safer if we don't. If we go for this, does that allow us? No. So that doesn't attack like this, but it still forces us to be adjacent. So it would still take retaliation. So gonna actually skip this turn. The next round begins, we're gonna wait. Go for Minotaur Stance. Sacrifice our 1 stack. Go Heroic Strike. Yep, they don't retaliate. We go for Minotaur Stance once again. Heroic Strike once again, and actually won't quite kill them off, but it's fine. They're pretty much dead at this point. So just the one loss, another Dragon Utopia there. We do get 19 Minotaurs. So we could use those as our 1-stacks. We should probably go for this Pandora's box first though. So this seems to be a treasure zone, so that's good to know in future. We'll take these on. Yeah, no losses expected. I don't even know what I'm fighting sometimes. Are these vampires, perhaps? 13 Minotaur Lords. Many resources. Yeah, we should go for this Dragon Utopia. So we don't want to be taking a loss. So what are these? They're not ranged creatures. They look like they could be, but they're not. Glance of the Abyss. Curses target enemy. And they take a lot of damage, but it's ability tier 2. So they shouldn't be able to do that to us. I wish I did have a few 1-stacks here. That would have been helpful. I think we're immune to abilities though. Yeah, we're immune to creature abilities below tier 5, so the dragons at least are pretty safe. Gonna wait. So do we want to cast a spell here or not? I think I do want to weaken these. Okay, I assume it's a similar thing here. We cannot... Yeah, we can only use this by possibly risking being attacked by a retaliation. And apparently they can't reach us. I think we're going to skip. So we can easily finish these off using the dragons. I think if we were to do that, have to decide whether to use web on these. Or if we go for Heroic Strike. I feel like we could probably take this hit. I'm gonna risk it. Yeah, they can't really do too much to us now. Nice, okay. So we reach level 15, and we are offered at last some other options. So, Expert Nightshade Magic, Tier 5 Nightshade spells, and we also get access to the sub-skills. So, 1 level to all of our Nightshade spells, and minus 15% attack and defense to all enemy creatures. That seems really good. So basic economy, that is probably better on non-one hero modes. Expert Battlecraft, we get plus 40% attack until the end of the round, and we'll also get a choice of these 2 options. So 1 focus charge each round, and Preemptive Strike. Friendly creatures prepare for Preemptive Strike when they skip turn. It allows them to counterattack before the enemy's attack. That seems really good, again. So we will go for that. Now basic resistance. Was it basic resistance or basic defense that we needed for this? Resistance. So we double the bonus of Hour of the Wolf to minus 30% attack and defense on enemy creatures by picking resistance right now. Let's do that. And yeah, we're getting all of our new skills now from our level up. Okay, advanced resistance, take even less magic damage. I don't know if we care that much about that. So basic recruitment might actually be worth considering now, because we did go for Shadow Blades. Friendly creatures HP increases by 2. Ooh, Global Map spell allows interaction with any controlled city once per day, enabling the transfer of creatures to or from that city. That's got to be done. That allows us to keep moving. Oh wow, this is a much stronger one. And the game advises we don't go for it, so you know what? I'm gonna take the game's advice and leave that one be. Okay, random skill level up for going here. Let's hope for... I was hoping for more recruitment, but still, we'll take this. So enemy spells cost more mana. Friendly creatures take less magic damage. And negative effects don't last as long. I think we'll go for resilience. So easy battle here leads to Forge of the Second Man. Trade resources for artifacts. I'm kind of curious what's on offer. Okay, 2 losses expected to Minotaurs. We'll just say yes to that. Okay, we go across to this. We have -1 morale for enemy creatures, +1 spell power. The anti-magic shield we actually already own. Ambassador's sash, that's very expensive actually, and it's not really too relevant to us. Additional level on arcane spells. Boots of travel, quite expensive, but movement points are so important, I think we go for it. Then over here we've got +1 attack. Just grab it. Assume we have a slot for that. Okay, it's a common item. Fine. Is this saying... Oh, we can upgrade them. So, yeah, I've not played through the tutorial yet, which probably explains these things, but if we spend some alchemical dust, which we do have 100 of, we could, for example, upgrade this. If we upgrade this, it's +5 more movement points, which is quite expensive for those resources, but can't upgrade scrolls. I will go for the upgrade on this. It's very expensive, but I'm happy to do that. I think we just want to be able to move as far as possible. Then up here we've got the Skull of Milas for 1,000 gold each day. Okay, let's start building up these towns some more. So we want to make sure this is our main town, which is already pretty close to being about as built up as it can be. Slightly short on ore, so let's just buy some. That's fine. Okay, Catonic House at last. Second town. Cave Palace. Build that on day 5. Third town. Artifact Merchant, perhaps? Or realistically, this isn't really the stuff we want. So we want to be moving towards Cave Palace here as well, which means we need more gems. I think we just wait a day for that. Then over in this town we'll go Mage Guild. And spend lore points if we want to. So we can get a one-time bonus of 100 alchemical dust. It's obviously pretty handy. I'm going to go for the additional gems though, because we're actually pretty low on those. And then what I should probably do if I get the chance is go for Dungeon Masters 1, because we have some useful skills for building up our troglodytes. Okay, next turn begins. Let's go for these, hopefully no losses. Oh wow, okay. What are these? Oh, I misclicked. Okay, that's not the way to do that. Okay, that's pretty disastrous. I think we need to put these to sleep now if we can. Nope, they're immune to it. Wow. So we could remove ranged attacks from this stack, which is, yeah, it's a lich, so it's a ranged attacker. We probably do want these coming in then, and we're going to take some losses here, unfortunately. I'm going to go for additional defense just to try to protect my dragons. And what can we actually do? So we probably just want to damage those grave robbers or whatever they're called. Merchants of Death. They can summon 164 skeletons on an adjacent hex, but they have to use ability points, focus points. They've got a long reach attack, which they wouldn't be able to, well, they have to move to use it on us. Alright, so I want to deal as much damage as possible. Perhaps then it's time for Chain Lightning. Because it's tier 4, which means we should be immune to it. Oh, it only does 10 kills. Cave-in won't help us. So Shade Cloak means we cannot be targeted until the end of the round or until we take any action, but we won't be able to cast it on our own unit, so that doesn't help us. So I think it's between Chain Lightning or Twilight. Twilight means these are not able to attack us from range. I might take a loss here. Yeah, we go for that, and can't actually get these close enough to use them as bait, but we'll try. We do have good morale, but no, it doesn't kick in. Ah, does kick in there. Okay, so we can absorb the retaliation on this for what it's worth, but it probably doesn't make much difference. We're going to go for Heroic Strike on these. Those are the biggest problem for us. You go and block the range stack, and that way that actually saves us from using Silence, or Twilight even. Okay, what happens happens. Might take a couple of losses. Probably going to take at least one loss perhaps. No, they do actually go towards those, so we lose Minotaurs instead. I don't really mind that. Yeah, the important thing of course is we don't want to lose those dragons. Okay, other units go to safety. I quite like that the morale uses an apple biting sound, like literally another bite of the apple. It makes sense. Okay, so we're able to kill these off. Misclick's always very dangerous, but we're fine. Okay, we grab this, and a bit of alchemical dust is good since we spent most of that. We move up to this, we'll take 1,000 experience. Ooh, this could be a interesting thing. Increase an attribute by 2. It's an easy battle. I'm gonna let these guys run. So, which choice do we want to go for? So we have 6 attack, 9 defense, 5 spell power, 7 knowledge. I think we want knowledge. Okay, easy battle there. What is that actually guarding? So you can hold down the Alt key, which does reveal what's on the map, and we can zoom out. So it's a Pandora's box. We should check that out. So any losses expected? None at all. Perfect. 15,000 experience, so choice between basic scouting, basic daylight magic, and expert resistance. So expert resistance grants a new ability. It kills the target summoned creature or all temporary units in a chosen stack. Alternatively, we have hindrance aura. During the battle, enemy loses 1 focus charge at the beginning of each round, which does seem pretty good too. If we go for scouting, we get additional sight radius. Even more sight radius if we know luck, which we don't. This would be our last skill slot though, so we have to be a little bit careful with that. We are getting closer to Balthasar's bodyguard, which, yeah, we're obviously not going to end up with Silvertongue's envoy, so we can ignore that. Reduced terrain penalty, I don't think that's been relevant to us. Plus 15% movement points if we start an area we control. I think we technically don't control this area. The treasure zone. Shows enemy's army composition. No. I think we go expert resistance, and I think we'll take away their focus charges. And then let's just go for this. .38 Onyx Dancers, okay, so we have a little bit of range firepower once again. And there's actually a town just there. Okay, so that's really nice, let's grab that next turn. Then back to our other towns. So Chthonic Home level 2 is very expensive, Mage Guild level 4 is not really needed. So Cave Palace exists in this town, it's day 6, is there any other town where we could get Cave Palace? So we need Mage Guild level 3, so if we did it here we go Mage Guild level 2, Mage Guild level 3, that takes us to day 1 for the Cave Palace, so doesn't get us additional dragons going into next week. I think we go Labyrinth here. Okay, so what can we give ourselves in this town? I think at this point it probably makes sense to go Amphitheatre instead. Then town number 2, we can upgrade the Amphitheatre if we want to. I think that's fine. Do want to keep building. I'm going to start speeding up the turns a little bit here. I think what I really want actually is to level this hero up because I really want to get that additional recruitment ability where we can pick up our units without going back to our town. Okay, no losses there, that's great. Let's actually go straight for the gymnasium. So we get our next level. Permanently increase our spell power or knowledge by 2 for 1000 gold. Here's a lethal battle, wow, what is that guarding? Once per game, restores all creatures' growth in all cities under the player's control. So that's like the most valuable thing on the map, presumably. Fight considered far too strong for us. Okay, well, we'll stay out of the hostile zone. We'll go for experience whenever we can. Over here I'm going to still go for knowledge plus 2. And we should be free to cast whatever spells we like now. Mercenary Guild, so we're back to where we were not too long ago. Take experience here too. Ancient Crypt, this is an easy battle, let's go for it. Few losses expected here and there. I'm going to try and actually save some of those units. So these things can move pretty fast, but their initiative is a lot worse than ours. Okay, Minotaur stance, heroic strike on these. This stack comes in, finishes them off. Then this stack just moves away. Yep, move all of our units to the side, and I guess we'll go for a pretty basic umbral grip on these. Finish them off with the Medusas. If we're really lucky, 2 of these stacks will move in next to each other. Okay, so ideally I guess we'd go for Dragonflight and land between these 2, but that's not going to work. I could go for the Sulphurous Assault. But it doesn't reach. Or does it? Okay, this position does reach. This position does attack both. So we're going to go Minotaur stance. Does make us reactivate Fighting Star, which I think is another slight UI thing that I hope they change. And there we go, we do go for that attack, which attacks in multiple places. These can come in. We can go for Heroic Strike on these. And then these can finish them off. And then we go skip, skip, and attack. Probably the wrong choice, actually. Should have been a little bit more aggressive. I'm going to use Umbral Grip. No, do we need to? I don't think we need to. Might take 1 or 2 losses. Yeah, 1 loss there, that's fine. So, Celestial Sash of Bliss. So, if that is... well, it's surely a reference to the Celestial Necklace of Bliss from Heroes 3. Except that it's a belt. So, +2 attack, defense, spell power, and knowledge. So yeah, it's part of the Angelic Alliance. That is all familiar to anyone who's played Heroes 3. Skull of Milas, 1,000 gold each day. I don't really want to give that up, and I don't think we need to. I'll equip that before the end of the month, if I remember. Okay, 750 experience, bit of gold from here. Normal battle gives us access to Tunic of the Cyclops King. That's probably worth doing. I think we probably have to go for it. So, yeah, expected to lose a dragon, unfortunately. Not too surprised by that. I think these being cavalry will probably also have high initiative to look out for. Okay, ranged units in the back, and let's see what we're up against. So Griffins, and they do have their own range units actually, which I could go in and do a lot of damage to. So yeah, as expected, these do have the second most initiative. I think we want to go Dragon Stance. How much can we do with Umbral Grip? 7 kills. Need to be careful not to spend too much, though it is tempting. Yeah, it is tempting to go for something like Chain Lightning, but that would be all of our spell points gone. I think we go for something like Umbral Grip. Yeah, and it's not going to kill loads of them, but it's going to stop them being able to do too much to us. And then I think we're better off waiting after that. So Griffins move in. These do get to move before this other stack, so we go for those. Weaken them as much as we can. Okay, they get 6 kills on us, which kind of sucks, but never mind. Skip most of our turns. Cavalry come in. 16 to 18 kills on those if we go for it. We can kill off all of the Griffins immediately if we want to. So if we go for this, will we take a loss in response? Can we take a hit from 10 of these without taking a loss? I think we probably can. Yeah, pretty easily actually. Okay, so if we were to go for Minotaur stance, I guess. I think it's pretty difficult to do this without going for web. Or sleep. Probably want to web these. Yeah, it's annoying, but I think it's the right play. The rest defend. Griffins cannot reach us. We go for the range stack. Try to prevent any further kills as they are then killed off. And dragons move next, kill off the Griffins. Okay, Tunic of the Cyclops King is ours, another artifact you might recognize from Heroes 3. Let's go for experience. Magic Well just there, okay, that's really nice. Pauper Knight Order permanently increases visiting heroes' attack or defense by 2 for 1,000 gold. Okay, gonna end the turn there. I forgot to build, it's fine. Getting a little bit careless now. Increases experience gained until the end of the week, with this being day 1. That's a nice thing to have. Go for +2 attack. I'm just going to accept this time. Truth Seeker, what does that do? 20% defense to enemy creatures. Wow, that's pretty strong. So gold mine just there, let's go for that. Shouldn't be any losses. What else is available? Overgrown Vori Ruins gives a very large amount of gold and resources after defeating its guard. Okay, so if we do have a very large amount of gold and resources, what can we actually do with that? So Cave Palace already exists in this town. In this town we need Mage Guild level 2 and Mage Guild level 3. So we'll start moving towards that. Then in this town, Mage Guild level 2. In this town also, well actually let's go Labyrinth first. Second town, we will go for... Stilled Voices is pretty expensive. I don't think we go for that. So the Overgrown Vori Ruins, I imagine, are going to be a bit of a headache. And by that I mean they're going to be a bit too strong for us, or an awkward fight to take. Okay, so these two things, Fungal, Iriad, again with the 1 initiative, and these also with the 1 initiative. Okay, maybe we just sacrifice a couple of Minotaurs here. So, Web now lasts for 9 rounds, and it drops their speed by 3. So that's probably actually better than Sleep at this point. So this stack waits, we're going to wait with all of our stacks, let them come closer. I suspect we don't even need to throw 1 stack in here. Yeah, no need. So these guys are slowed for a very long time. Go Minotaur stance. Weaken these. Finish these off. Range units do some damage. Then we go Heroic Strike once again. Minotaur stance, throw ourselves in, and no chance these are getting a kill. Okay, 5,000 experience, they go down. Overgrown Vori Ruins, this is not as hard as I expected. 2 stacks of angels, perhaps? Not sure what these are. So not even expected to take any losses to the dragons, but let's see what happens. Let's actually fight this out. So these are Sentinels of Glory. 400 hit points each. Wow, okay. All kinds of useful abilities. Arena's Way, Naira's Way, Doriath's Way, and Ixmila's Way. Immunity to magic damage. Blink to any hex and deal basic attack as pure damage to all adjacent enemies. So they shouldn't be able to go for any of these just yet. What's the best way to handle this? Web will drop their speed by 3, which I imagine doesn't help us that much. Yeah, their initiative is really good. We probably just want to hit them with something that does a lot of damage. Let's check their other attributes. So the magic creatures, yeah, they don't really have too many other particularly exceptional things. They just have very good stats. So they should be vulnerable to attacks. I'd say these are most similar to angels and archangels from Heroes 3. Energy explosion doesn't do much damage. I think if anything we probably do want to still go for Minotaur stance. Hit them with this. I think we do go chain lightning just because we're next to a well. So we don't need to be stingy. Is it 3 hexes? Jumps to a random target within 2 hexes, so if I'm understanding this correctly, it shouldn't be capable of reaching our other units. Which it doesn't. Okay, good. So we send these in, go for this attack, and we're fine. So this stack of 5 is going to cause us some problems. They go for some kind of blessing, which I guess gives them extra movement, and wow. Okay. So I am going to use a 1 stack here, I think, just to deal some damage. Absorb the retaliation even. Then you can't really do too much. Other stacks will attempt to weaken them a bit. Yep, so we almost kill one off. Then the next round begins. This time round, we're going to go for Rewind Life. So it costs us 18, but it revives 425 hit points of a unit, which brings back 27 of those. Then we go Minotaur Stance. Hit them with the Heroic Strike. And I guess we go for Inner Flame. And then when they retaliate against us, they take an extra 250 points of damage, which kills them off. Perfect. So actually just 1 loss for that. And we do level up, and we do get to advanced recruitment. So we're getting a little bit closer to that relocation, which is so important. If the hero is in a city at the start of the week, growth of all creatures increases by 50%. I don't really want to have to go back to my main town. Elite Guards, tier 1, 2, and 3 friendly creatures, attack and defense. Increases by a further 25% of our hero's attack and defense, and tier 4 creatures growth increases by 1. I'm going to go Elite Guards. And then we get expert recruitment, and we get relocation. And we get a ton of resources for that, that's amazing. Okay, so we got the well right there. If we go for reinforcements, what happened there? I should have probably read it before I clicked it. Do I have to click this? Not sure what happened there. Yeah, with this being a demo, I will make a dedicated save here. Just in case there's some kind of bug that hits me. So, reinforcements instantly attract with any external dwelling. Ah, okay. I misread that previously. I thought it brings us units from our castles, but it only brings us units from our external dwellings, and only then within 24 squares. So we'd have to actually still go back. It's week 4 as well, so we're pretty close to the point where we're going to be forced to take on our opponents. I guess this is probably an even better treasure zone, perhaps, if we break through all of this. Maybe that's what it's hinting at. Just looking at the map design, it does seem like there's something in the middle of the map. Okay, let's just have a quick look at this. So we currently have 77 of 130 spell points. I will go for this. Shouldn't really need to take any losses. Yep, and now spreads across 3, that's nice. Let's wait with everyone, as those two put themselves next to each other, which is perfect. So we go for the breath attack through both of these stacks, and then we finish these off. Another 7,000 experience, and let's actually have a look. How are we doing for experience? So still some way off. We probably do want to go for the Tree of Knowledge, get the instant level up. So rearrange creatures within a 2 lines area, that's quite nice, but I don't think it changes too much. Basic battle magic, that seems pretty useful. None of these move us towards Balthasar's bodyguard. Okay, so if we were to continue upgrading this, every time the hero uses a spell in battle, their attack increases by 2 until the end of that battle. That seems pretty good. Same thing but with defense, and same thing but with spell power. And then if we get to expert level, we can increase friendly creatures' attack by 20% of heroes. Spell damage doubled if we know sorcery, which we don't. Spell power even. Friendly creatures' defense increases by 20% of knowledge, doubled if we know resistance, and we do. We go for tactics instead. +3 attack for each adjacent enemy. Friendly creatures gain +2 initiative when the enemy waits, which doesn't happen too often. 1 focus charge when the enemy uses a spell. Friendly creatures gain +3 defense for each adjacent ally. Whenever a friendly creature kills an enemy with a counterattack, their counterattacks are refreshed. That seems pretty good for dragons too, and that's the only thing that tempts me by tactics, really. Yeah, I think battle magic's still going to be better for us. Abyssal Envoys if we defeat the guard. It's an easy battle. Let's just do it. Okay, so these stacks are the fastest. So this one to the right and this one to the left. Guess we just go for this. I should have maybe gone for Chain Lightning actually. No, that wouldn't have worked. Only works over 2 hexes. Okay, Heroic Strike on these. Still just about managing to be relevant. Then I think we go for... Guess we'll go for Cave In on these. Okay, so this stack of 36, I think is the last to move. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Kill these off. Yeah, we need to actually go back to our town, I think. Okay, they foolishly decide to attack the dragons and they get themselves killed. Now, we go for this. Heroic Strike against these. Umbral Grip, and they're down to just 5. So, 4 Abyssal Envoys. Now, how good are these? Let's have a look. 250 hit points each, that's not bad. 35 to 70 damage. They can summon a stack of Abyssal Envoys in place of an allied corpse. Okay. Tier 7 creatures, that's probably worth having actually. Okay, so it's day 2, it's month 4. Do we now accept that because this spell doesn't work the way I thought it would, or is it? Read minds? Reinforcements. Oh, this is... Oh, when did I get all this? Oh, I see now. I was on the wrong page before. So reinforcements... I was getting reinforcements mixed up with relocation. So relocation allows us to interact with any controlled city, enabling transfer of creatures to or from that city. Okay, so I did understand that. I just got confused. I see. So we have to recruit the units first, which is fine. But perhaps, if we have Town Portal, perhaps we just go back altogether. Oops. C is not for cast, C is for the grid. Okay, so Town Portal, 2 times per day. It's not bad. Dimension Door is available. Teleport within 10 squares. I don't know where I got all this stuff, but it's obviously very powerful. Gate of Light creates a portal until the end of the day, allowing any hero to travel through it. So all those really powerful spells from Heroes 1, from Heroes 3 are still available here. I'm going to go back to Noai Town. And I'm going to start picking up some units. And we're going to get pretty serious now. So we have 106,000 spend. We have 3 dragons available. So do we go for Ashen Dragons? Is now the time to actually change these to black dragons? Because it seems to be free. And these ones are potentially useful to us because they give us 1 morale and 1 luck, while reducing the enemy's morale and luck. They also have additional hit points. So yeah, if we swap those around, pick up 3 more. Oh, I've bought the wrong ones. No, I just need to upgrade them. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we upgrade the ones we have. It's expensive, but we still have 90,000 left. So we have 10 black dragons now. Probably missing some really basic buildings still. Yeah, still missing the Warren level 2. So, in terms of what's available, so we have a lot of lore points too, actually, which I've not been spending for a while. So what would we do with this? So we've missed our chance to go for Dungeon Masters 7. Going for additional growth now makes no sense. Elite Cave Dragons would be good, but it improves the Cone Breath attack, which we haven't used too much. We haven't really been using fighting styles too much in general. But yeah, we can ignore this growth stuff. Dungeon Heroes attributes increased by 1. I wouldn't mind going for that. We could also go for the one-off boost to Alchemist Code, because we have some pretty useful things. So Tunic of the Cyclops King, for example. So if we upgrade this, let's have a look. Minus 15% enemy spell power. If we upgrade this, it's plus 10 spell power instead of plus 8. That's not really that good. Minus 1 to enemy luck, cannot be upgraded. Minus 20% defense to enemy creatures. We can drop it down by another 10% for 150. Which seems pretty good. I think that's worth doing. Celestial Sash of Bliss, I think we put on later. Okay, so we're not really going to use units like this anymore. If we want Catonic Home level 2, we need to spend a little bit more. We need to spend our lore point on Alchemist Code too. I'm going to do it. Then back into the town. We go for this. So this is an Infernal Hydra. We didn't previously have the ability to, or we didn't previously choose to compare the 2 options of Hydras. Let's have a look. So basic Hydras we never actually bought. Tonic Hydras, poisonous blood when damaged. Adjacent enemies deal less damage for 1 round. Restore full HP at the start of the round. Use the creature's fighting style instead of a normal attack when counter-attacking. Growing Teeth, gain 1 attack whenever we take damage. Infernal Hydra, on the other hand, still has the Weakening Venom. No, has poisonous blood and has Weakening Venom. Weakening Venom means that we inflict it proactively, rather than on what attacks us. Growing Teeth, same thing as before. So Catonic Hydras have more hit points, and that alone has me pretty tempted. I think we'll go that way. So we'll switch these round. Take 5 of those. A Minotaur is available to upgrade. Not in this town. Okay. Okay, so there's probably just going to be some swapping around now. So these are Jasper dancers, let's change them to Aureate dancers. Upgrade the other ones we have, swap them round. Okay, bring all of that together and we still have 42 more to recruit, so we want Aureate dancers, so we set that as our setting. We buy all of those, still got 72,000 we can spend. 21 Minotaurs available, let's grab all of those. That's actually a really strong stack already. The troglodytes are almost difficult to justify actually, but we do have some useful ability for those. Useful abilities. We'll buy these as well. So which stacks are we giving up? I think we give up the Medusas for now. Let's see, so if we were to go for the spell I previously got confused about, reinforcements, anything within 24 squares. Are we within 24 squares of cave? A dragon cave. Okay, so we can see, okay, so I was a bit confused by that before. We can see the range of that spell, and we can see... I feel like there is at least one dragon cave around here. So there's a dragon cave there, and there's a dragon cave there, so we'd have to move across there first. Alright, that's fine. So we need to go to Chattertown, and in Chattertown let's go for something that allows us to upgrade the unit we have a lot of. So safe house level 2, let's go for that. Then go back into our spells and we go for Town Portal to Chattertown. Jump into Chattertown, we're going to pick up these units, Minotaurs. So we've got 100 of the infiltrators, and we can upgrade those if we want to. So the upgrade choices, actually before we do this, I'm going to go for reinforcement. Go to this first, pick up 2 more cave dragons. Spell point situation, we've managed to spend them all. Okay, but there is a well just there. So let's just move across to this, get all those spell points back, and at this point we don't really need to spend that again. So I guess one thing we do kind of need is alchemical dust. So how about we'll try going for Dimension Door. We'll hop across to here. Okay, so what will we trade? I think we trade some gems. Okay, so you can't choose which resource to go for, you have to give up all 3. I think we can probably give up around half. One cave dragon is available just back there. 5 Minotaurs there. Okay, I'm gonna go back to town. Oh, it actually takes us to Newtown. Okay, well fine, we'll go back to Newtown. What can we buy here? More Minotaurs. Labyrinth level 2, which we do need. So the only thing is, if we go for this here, we're probably not going to get another chance to upgrade any Minotaurs. But let's just do it. I don't think this is the most efficient way to play, but at this point we have been recording for quite a long time, so I'm just going to go along with it. So the Minotaur choices, let's have a look. So Minotaur Vanguard, 50 hit points each, same hit points on both. Vanguards do more damage, more attack. Minotaur Lords, on the other hand, they can ignore attackers' attack values by using an ability. They have Blood for Blood, Eager for Battle. Go to these instead. I think we prefer the Vanguards. Just go for whatever hits the hardest. And then we can swap these round into Vanguards. Upgrade the 62 we already have, which only costs us 9,300, so that's not bad at all. So 87 Minotaurs now. Okay, so we're not able to pick up absolutely everything we might want to. I think I will pick up 41 of these. I would like to get the Cave Dragon, which I can do. So reinforcements requires 18 mana. I can only do it one time per day, so I guess I already did it today. Alright, I'm gonna end the turn there. By the Cave Dragon. So this town also, we did build a dragon cave, or a cave palace even. So we're gonna go town portal across to, what's it called? It's fine, the game does actually show us when we cast it. So we go town portal, and we want to go to Onyx Citadel. We go into here, we pick up the 4 available dragons, so we've got 7 more dragons coming in. I think this would be more efficient if we left some units behind actually, but it's fine. Just gonna ride this through to the end now. So let's go. It's not very efficient, but let's just go Labyrinth level 2. Just to save us some hassle. Upgrade our units to Minotaur Vanguards. And upgrade these to Aureate Dancers. So, big stack of those. Oh, I must have swapped them around by accident. Okay, swap these around. So, Minotaur Vanguards. We now have a stack of 108 Minotaur Vanguards, 138 Aureate Dancers. Is there anything else we could pick up? We could pick up the troglodytes. I'm going to leave the Abyss creatures behind temporarily. And we're going to, I guess, town portal to another town. So Velvet Chasm is not massively built up. New town we've already been to though, so yeah, I will go back to Noai Town. And let's upgrade our dragons. So we are now out of the gold we would need to do that. So we've managed to spend all of our gold at last. If we were to trade resources, gems are actually the obvious ones to trade. I don't know if that's... It's probably fine to do. Still got 50 left. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll go to upgrade creatures. Need to trade even more. Upgrade creatures. 7 more black dragons. 17 black dragons. Another 88 trogs. Then we leave the town. So one thing we could do, perhaps, is we could try going for this. It now says it's an easy battle, which I find difficult to believe. We go to Velvet Chasm. The other thing, of course, is... And I guess this is what the game is maybe trying to tempt us towards. Where is that weird obstacle? Right here, it's now considered a normal battle. It's still obviously very scary. But if we go for that, it once per game restores all creature growth in all cities under the player's control. Which I assume means that we should get an extra week's worth of units, if I understand that correctly. It's still probably wiser to wait a bit longer, if we even do go for that. And I'm going to save the game so that we have the option. But I don't want to worry about making this super efficient, because of course the purpose of this video is simply to show the game, the basics of the game. A couple of Pandora's boxes up there, bit of alchemical dust. Let's go towards that. Shouldn't need to take any losses. 20,000 gold there, that's good. Go for these next. No losses. More Aureate Dancers, that's perfect. So we can probably go for, if it's anything like Heroes 3, we could maybe go for Dimension Door into the Fog of War. No, it actually doesn't work. Okay, so Dimension Door, unlike Heroes 3 I suppose, does not allow you to jump over to a new zone, which is a lot better balanced, to be fair. I did not mean to click that. Okay, so there's more gold available just up there if we want to. None of this stuff is super important. So the town we might want to go to is Velvet Chasm. But before we do, I'm going to go back to Onyx Citadel. It's one of the ones we already built in. Yeah, nearly 4 hours in. I'm getting a little bit too tired to figure out the sequencing here. If we were to go for Town Portal, we have used too many spell points. Interaction with any controllable city. So we can still pick up additional units. Enable transfer of creatures to or from a city of our choice. So what if we go to this town and we go for Warren level 2? And if we have a quick look at this, Troglodyte, and Troglodyte can be upgraded. Infernal Troglodyte, which is weaker than Toxic Troglodyte. Toxic Troglodyte can do 1 to 4 damage each. Has 8 hit points. Infernal also has 8 hit points. 6 initiative, 4 movement on Infernals, 3 speed, and 5 initiative on Toxic. But Toxic seems probably a bit better. There's probably more to it than that, but just from an initial look. So I think we will go. I guess we could take a few extra units from Noai Town. Nope, that's the wrong one. Onyx Citadel, the one we're already in, has the Abyss units. Okay, fine. So let's now go. Is there actually anything around here we can do that makes sense? Maybe this actually. +2 spell power or knowledge. We'll move towards that. We'll end the turn there. Okay, no losses. That's perfect. And because we've almost filled out our skills, we are now offered stat boosts instead. Obviously, advanced battle magic is going to do more for us. So, the 3 choices here: Aura of Destruction, Aura of Protection, and Aura of Wizardry. This is the stuff that didn't really massively jump out to me as being important, but I think Aura of Destruction is best for our dragons. We'll take 2 spell power. Take a few gems, and we can now reach the Dragon Utopia, which I think we should go for. Yeah, so it's now considered an easy battle, having previously been considered impossible. Let's see how bad the losses are. So the 4 abyssal creatures are expected to be lost, the abyssal envoys. See if we can do slightly better. So we start the battle off. I think we save all of our cast for resurrection, or whatever it's called. And I should have split the stack ideally, but should be okay. So they are all going to get to move next, but I think we just let that happen. So you can see how hard our trogs hit with our abilities, able to do a huge amount of damage. I think we should try and save those. And yeah, we... friendly fire their own units. We can do a lot of damage even with some of our weaker units. Okay, I think... we want to go for heroic strike on something, so we'll go for it on these. And we will go for Minotaur stance. We'll go in and go for this attack, which does actually kill them off. Hydras move next. 0 to 1 kills if we go for the attack on those. Is it better to just not do it? Yeah, I think we actually go defensive. This stack waits. This stack waits. And yeah, as expected, 108 Minotaurs are strong enough to kill off this stack. So we go for Rewind Life. Bring back as many of these as possible. Kill off the black dragons. Ah, we miss our turn through low morale, but I guess that's fine. So we actually do want it to go through to the next round because the black dragons will finish them off, and by going to the next round, we have another opportunity to cast Rewind Life. Wherever that is. It is one of the Arcana spells. Arcane spells even, getting it mixed up with Songs of Conquest. Okay, so we get all of those back, and finish them off with our dragons, and I think we took no meaningful losses. Yeah, those losses are absolutely fine. 22,000 experience, Shackles of War, which I guess we don't really need, Chitinous Shield, Orb of Destruction, 7 eyes, and 25,000 gold. And this is now called an easy battle. Doesn't necessarily mean we should go for it though. So, Tactical Guide. I don't think we care too much about that. Shackles of War. They're actually considered boots in this game. Let's equip the Celestial Sash of Bliss before I forget. Heroic Strike deals +1 damage for each point of the hero's attributes. I think we do want to use that. What kind of item is that? It's a normal item. So which of these spells can we give up? I think we give up Blessing. We take the Orb of Destruction, which is... it's actually a... what is it? Oh, it is a normal item. Okay, so we stick that on. Yeah, hopefully that's worth having. Chitinous Shield, +12 defense, but -4 attack. I think that needs to go in our offhand, which is not going to be worth doing because we already have the Truth Seeker, which is really good. Yeah, no, I'd prefer the Truth Seeker. Okay. So towns can still be upgraded. So we go for Stilled Voices too. We haven't really been going for much of that stuff, but yeah. I'm just going to buy things. I'm not going to overthink this too much. I suppose spending the alchemical dust is the most questionable part. So if we did go all out for a cave palace, we would get one more cave dragon each time we do that, but I don't think that's really important. I don't think it's worth doing. Yeah, I'm going to forget this, and I think we just save our resources for recruiting creatures on day 7 perhaps. I'm going to stop building. So 13 points to spend. What do we like the look of the most? So increase our dungeon heroes attributes by 1. I think we do go for that. And then if we spend 7 more, we can finally unlock the final boosts. So we can generate additional focus charges per round, gain a level on all of our spells. Cave dragons do more damage after improvement. I assume that also applies to the upgrades, although perhaps that's what we need to do this for. No, Elite Minotaurs. So I assume that when you go for one of these laws, it applies to both the basic version and the upgraded version. That seems a lot more fair. I will upgrade my Minotaurs. So we need to spend 5 more to unlock the next level. Okay, so Elite Troglodytes, we can increase the damage on our Troglodytes by 1 by going for this, which is a huge improvement. Then we can increase the damage by 2. So that's +1 damage per unit. Massive improvement. I'm not sure if this is a bug, it says +0 focus charges per round. I'm not going to mess with that just in case. Okay, so our Troglodytes are now even stronger than they were in the previous battle. This is the toughest fight we've come across on the map, and I think we just go for it. It's now considered easy. So some losses expected. So let's see, are any of these ranged creatures? So melee attackers, and melee attackers. These I think are the scary ones. Pyroborus. They have 120 hit points each. They're corpse eaters, so a bit like the Orgoikorkoi from Heroes 3. Royal Mantis. Those aren't too strong. And locusts. Okay, I think we obviously want to wait, because none of them are range units. Maybe we go Dragon Stance. So we're up to 24 spell power now. And I think I will just go for Chain Lightning, which does a nice amount to all of them. I should have gone for the strongest stack there first. Okay, let's wait with all of our stacks. Oh, they are ranged. I didn't look at that properly. Oh, that's really bad. Because I'm not going to be able to get all of those units back, and a lot of them are quite important. So the Minotaurs are so powerful that they can kill these in 1 hit. I like that you can see the glow of how it looks underground, that's quite cool. 10,000 points of damage, and those go down. Okay, well these stacks can't really achieve too much now. We will kill these off with our ranged attack, skip through the rest of the turns, and I think we will try, a bit like in Heroes 3, we will try So does this only buy us 2 turns still? Last 3 rounds now. That might be enough. Oh, they're immune to it. That's not good. So presumably they're also immune to web. Oh no, they're not. Okay. And these obviously don't have ranged attack, so we're going to start moving everyone back. Will that build up and they just move 1 square? Okay, so we obviously want to go straight back in with Rewind Life. Bring back the Trogs first. Next round begins. Rewind Life again. Bring back the Infiltrators. Okay, what stacks still need to be revived? So we've still got 8 Trogs that can come back, 4 Infiltrators, Oriat Dancers have all come back. hardly even worth doing, but we'll bring back 8 trogs. And there we go, 33,000 experience. It takes us to level 21, which is high enough to get the final level of expert battle magic. And we will take, with 18 spell power, we'll take a 20% increase to our attack based on the hero's spell power. And we'll go to this, whatever this is. We'll activate it. Mythic Magic Scroll allows the hero to use a special global map spell. We'll grab that too. So what is this special spell? Gate of Light. What's the one we already have? We already have Gate of Light. What we don't have is spell points, so I'm going to go back across to this. And we'll go back to town. So yeah, units have regenerated, so another 92 troglodytes. Don't really have space for most of this stuff. So to save ourselves some time, let's go for upgraded safe house here. So the upgrade for these things, we have 2 choices. We have Guile Infiltrators. They prevent the enemy from counterattacking until the end of the round, so this basically turns the Infiltrators into something very similar to Harpy Hags from Heroes 3. They're able to strike and return, they're able to prevent their enemies from counterattacking. The Bleak Infiltrators, they're basically like critical damage dealers. You improve your luck and they do extra damage when they get luck, but we're not really going for a luck build here, so I think we definitely go for Guile Infiltrators. We buy all of those, we upgrade what we already have into more of those. So 122 of those. There are ways we can do this where we could pick up probably almost every single unit, but not quite sure how best to do that, and I don't think it's necessary because we're not playing on the highest difficulty. I am very curious what kind of level our opponent will be at when we face them. So we've got 3 more dragons available, as we hoped. So we buy those. 32 more trogs. Yeah, it literally just gives us all those units back. Fresh week of units, as expected. Okay, let's take 2 more hydras, because we don't have too many of those. Actually a bit of a weak stack for us. Okay, town portal back across to this. 8 more minotaurs, 32 more trogs. Three more cave dragons, which we cannot upgrade in this town. Okay, so what's the best way to do that? Guess we'll leave the hydras behind. Okay, so 6 points we can spend. We'll go for magical education, the most expensive policy of all, to upgrade all of our spell levels. Let's do it. Then we town portal, which we can't afford to go for. We can dimension door, so I'm just going to do that. Dimension door across to here, and we've used all our movement points. Okay, ending the turn there. And it's day 6, so we're really approaching the point now where we're going to be forced to fight our opponent So 3 black dragons. Do we upgrade these? Medusa sculptors. We don't really have much space for that stack. So obviously the Minotaurs will be upgraded. We could pick up 14 Medusas. So the other stacks we're going to fill out. So we have the Abyss creatures, we have the hydras, and after that, I think we're probably fine. So yeah, let's not go for Medusas. Don't think we need to. And I'm struggling to keep track of which towns have the upgraded Minotaurs and so on. This one has the big stack of infiltrators. More Minotaurs here too, so I guess we pick those up. Okay, so that's Chattertown. Back to Chattertown we go. Pick up all of this. And we can upgrade these here, perfect. So more Guile infiltrators. And just to save some time, I think we'll go Amphitheatre 2 here. Buy our next set of Aureate Dancers outright. So 400 Trogs now. Still 100 Minotaurs, but we go across to Onyx Citadel. I think this is one of the ones where we can upgrade. No, it's not. It's the one we were at before. Okay, well let's take these. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, this one. So where are we now? Onyx Citadel. Okay, we do have it in this town, I just haven't updated the UI. Alright, so we'll upgrade these to Minotaur Vanguard. 145 of those. We've recruited everything we can from here. Okay, so if we want our Abyss creatures back, we need to go back to Velvet Chasm. Shouldn't take any losses, which we don't. Can't see anything we need to pick up. Don't want to take an additional artifact for a curse. We just go back into this town, we take these. We could probably upgrade the Amphitheatre next turn perhaps, but honestly I think we've done enough. So with it being pretty much the end of month 4, let's just save and make sure that this is not one of the parts of the game that is potentially bugged. Just going to end the turn there. Amphitheatre upgrade requires... Oh, we haven't even got the Amphitheatre yet. No, we have. Amphitheatre upgrade requires more resources. So we can't actually trade for alchemical dust, so I think it's just not really worth doing. Okay, so what is the final thing we could dump a load of gold into? Seems like we've emptied out most of our towns. The one we haven't is this one. Newtown. So I think we go to Newtown, where we can pick up some more Minotaurs. Really do want that Warren too. So where do we have the Warren to? I think it was in our first town. No. Second town? Nope. Completely lost track. Here, where we already are. Okay. So the toxic troglodytes I think are the ones I wanted just for the additional damage. And then we go upgrade those. So 6,000 to upgrade into Should we go Infernal Troglodytes? Should I think about this more? Not really seeing the advantage of these. Counterattack twice per round, I mean that's got to be worth it. So, we do that. Only thing is, if we now go to this town, not this one. If we now go to this town, we would have to accept that we can't upgrade the trogs here. The most important thing really is that we make sure we have enough movement points. So 120 of these. Enough spell points. So Warren level 2. Is there any faster way we can access alchemical dust? So we've already used this one. I'm sure there's a way to do it. So the alchemical lab is just there. So yeah, I guess we go over to this. Maybe trade everything. Back to town. So we also need a small amount of ore. Build the Warren level 2. Pick up some more Minotaurs. More toxic trogs. 520 of those. 53 dancers we could pick up. But too logistically complicated. I think we'll go in. 154 spell points. And the last thing that I think makes sense to do is to upgrade one of these. So we have 200, we can upgrade this. If we upgrade this, +1 level to all spells, the upgrade is +1 more spell levels. So that seems like a good choice. And yeah, as we go into month 2, we should be forced into a battle of champions. And we'll see what our opponent's been doing this whole time. Did I misunderstand? For 1 week, the level of all hero spells is increased to maximum. Yeah, that's not what I was wondering. Well, if it's not going to force us to fight them, then I think we'll go and chase them down ourselves. So it is possible that right at the end of this playthrough, we realize that this is one of the game's currently existing bugs, because looking at the save file here, it says victory conditions to do. And I was beginning to wonder if I'd joined the wrong map type. But it does say challenge your opponent in the Helllight Arena, or wait until the new month begins to be drawn into battle automatically. The winner takes it all. And it is the new month. It's the beginning of the new month. So we'll give it one more turn, but based on the fact that it said victory conditions to do, it's possible that this particular game mode has not been fully implemented by the devs yet. I'm willing to spend at least one dimensional door. And we'll jump up to here. And we'll start making a push. So hopefully no losses. Dragon Utopia just there if we want to. I think we just go towards where we assume we'll find our opponents, and we're going to ignore everything else on the way. Option of recruiting Sentinels of Glory from the point of balance, that would have been interesting at some point. So this leads us to the central zone. Surprisingly, we are expected to take some losses there. Okay, let's do the battle properly. This will be why. So even dealing nearly 5,000 damage, we're not strong enough to kill this stack off in one. So these are avatars of war with 100 health each. We'll go Minotaur stance, so we have 18 attack. And I guess the Black Dragons actually can't reach as well. So let's wait. They all coming closer. So we're going to go for, let's just check these can't reach us. Check they can't attack over a long space. Yeah, so they can't go for long reach, so we should be fine. We go for Viscous Spit, and we attack from this hex. Kill them off, 12,000 damage. I don't even know which stacks are my strongest stacks now, but obviously these guys are massively improved, 5 to 6 damage each. Okay, let's weaken these. So 3,000 on those, and that's with the range penalty. And the hydras and the abyss creatures are obviously our weaker stacks. But yeah, the dragons come in, kill off this stack, 7,000 damage. So yeah, our troglodytes, I think we're vindicated in going for those because those are actually our strongest stack. They deal significantly more damage than the dragons. Okay, we're into day 2 and we've not been forced into the Battle of Champions, so we're just going to have to run our opponents down. We can see they've not claimed the central town. There's the Helllight Arena. I see. You've got to go to this first to activate it. After it's visited and a few days pass, a battle will occur. The winner of the battle wins the game. If your enemy does not appear, you win by default. I don't think they will appear, and I'd rather fight them. It would be a huge anticlimax for them to not appear now. So let's drop another save, and let's go hunt them down ourselves. How do I get to this? Not letting me interact. Doesn't let me click it. So maybe that's what they've not implemented. Anyway, we capture the central town. I'll find another way. I'll see if I can find another way. Please let me dimensional door across. The fight will start after this turn. Okay. I was beginning to worry it hadn't been implemented and that there was no way across to the opponent. That would have been an absolute disaster after recording for over 4 hours. Okay, I'm just going to end the turn, and it will now, yes, it forces us into a fight with our opponent. We cannot see their stats. But yeah, let's do this properly. So let's have our range units in the back. More fragile units in the back. Dragons probably want to be in the center. Start the battle. Okay, so they do have some forces. Let's have a look at what they have. Phoenixes. 7 Phoenixes, 202 hit points each. They have 162 votaries, we've dealt with those before. We've come across most of these creatures before. Yeah, so these are the creatures we got earlier, the arbitrators. 12 dread knights. Yeah, clearly a lot weaker than us, as I kind of expected. Let's go for the most fun option possible, which is probably going to be chain lightning. So we're going to go for dragon stance, up to 24 spell power. We go for chain lightning, and it doesn't get a huge number of kills, so maybe that's not the best choice. A lot of our spells don't seem to be available to us. We could sleep one of their stacks, so the Phoenixes are supposedly about to move, but they're immune to it. Twilight, we can prevent all enemies from using ranged attacks, and all of them will also deal 15% less melee damage. They don't really have too many range stacks though. Enemies can't use abilities or generate focus points. That's pretty harsh on them. But we can see they must have some kind of ability that's stopping us from using most of our spells. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, I think we go for silence. Make sure they can't go for any abilities. And then we're going to wait. See what they do. So it goes for some kind of cast. Not sure what that was. The Phoenixes come in, kill 9 Minotaurs, but we do 8,000 damage back and they're all killed. And seems like they have a lot of movement points, 7,000 damage from the troglodytes. Do take a few losses to those. Now we get a few moves. So we can go for our final heroic strikes. Is that going to be enough to kill any stacks? So we can kill off most of the arbitrators, we'll go for that. 500 points of damage is okay. It's almost kept pace, that ability. Okay, do we... we can pretty much kill off a stack of our choice, so... let's kill the Dread Knights. Okay, a few losses to those, that's fine. Minotaurs come forward, they get their high morale, perfect. So this stack is strong enough to kill pretty much anything it likes, and we're going to do 9,000 to 11,000 damage to that stack. Similar damage to this stack. So these have 17 hit points each and they're tier 2. These are tier 1 and they have 12 hit points each, so I think the strongest stack we can go for is these, and can we make Grand Slam work here? We can hit through these two stacks. Yeah, let's do that. So we go for our Grand Slam at last. Smash through both of those stacks. The Arbitrator go for their move, but they can't really achieve too much, and I guess they've slowed our Trogs down. Yeah, Piercing Cold, -1 speed and initiative, and they do take additional magic damage. Okay, we rush the Trogs forwards. Enemy has bad morale. Dragons can't quite reach, but we should involve them, of course. So we go for our final attack with that, 5,000 damage, our morale is actually low, and we're gonna go for one last rewind life, bring back some Trogs, and we'll go for our final heroic strike to finish off the opposing hero, who goes down, and we take 10 losses to our Minotaurs, and that's it. Our opponent goes down, and we have successfully completed our first playthrough of Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. So yeah, clearly still a work in progress. I think there is a really good game in here. As I said, I'm not completely convinced by the art style, but I think it definitely has a good amount of potential. Anyway, I expect to cover more Olden Era in the coming weeks and months, so do subscribe. Thanks for watching. Do check the playlist link in the description for other similar videos, and I'll see you next time.